Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
Sup?
You okay over there?
What's up? I'm just coming in low, bro.
Coming in low, nice and easy.
That's right.
An old man into a bath.
What's up?
Yeah. Well, nothing. Just
What are you
hanging out.
guys doing
We
out
all
there?
gonna be that way now. We're gonna be like too
up?
cool. Like, hey, what's up, man? Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You're talking some sports here with Buckley and Rob, Sachi. Just hanging out. No big deal. What up?
Isachi. What's going on today, guys?
Oh, just over here.
How's everybody
sportsing.
doing?
Oh, it's
You're
great.
not sportsing yet.
I'm sportsing.
I
You
can
have
tell
no
you're
idea.
not sportsing.
Yeah, what are you talking about? You have no idea.
You're not sportsing.
You have no idea.
I do have an
I'm
idea.
sportsing so
I
hard.
can see sports in your eyes.
You don't even know. You have no idea. You have no idea how hard I'm sportsing right now. I got hot takes. I got hot Luka takes. Hot Laker takes.
Luka?
Yeah. Yeah, your favorite team.
I don't mind Dallas. Well, I don't like Jason Kidd. I like Luka.
I was wondering what team, because you were saying a team that you hated yesterday. So,
Well, I was reminded that I hate them because
Yes.
I actually watched them for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
It was the Clippers.
Oh, well, I was wondering. I thought maybe it was one of those because, you got Kyrie and then the Jason Kidd. I thought maybe you hate the Mavericks. I don't know.
No. The Clippers
The
are far
Clippers.
more hateable. Did you watch that? Dude, they have Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Paul George, and Kawhi Leonard.
It's a very hateable team. Absolutely.
I hate all those guys.
Well, and Kawhi's weird. Kawhi didn't used to be hateable, but he's become hateable.
I can't stand
Absolutely.
him. I think he's a
Well, he's an aloof douche, is what he is.
Whoa.
Well, he is.
Well, I wasn't prepared to go that far, but you
I'll
said
go-
you had hot takes. That's a
Yeah,
hot one.
I told you, man. It's one thing when you do the I'm a different cat, but it's the same.
He's a donkey.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We hide behind the Kobe mentality. Sometimes everyone's like, well, I got the Mamba mentality. Well, a lot of times that just means you're an ass. But you're like, yeah, I'm an ass, but I'm a killer. And the whole I march to the beat of my own drummer, I'm a different guy like Kawhi. A lot of time that just means you're an inconsiderate douche. Like, oh, I'm aloof. Well, are you really aloof or are you just inconsiderate? And you're
Well, it could be both.
You're on the definition of your own program. I think we hide behind generalities sometimes. So Kawhi to me has become, because he was always a different cat, and now I just think he's an aloof douche.
Well, he is aloof and he is weird. I'm not sure that makes him a bad person. It's just the way he is. But I think what you're saying is...
Well, I'm not saying a douche is a bad person.
Well, I didn't say douche. I said aloof and weird.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that makes him a bad person. I think maybe what you're saying is that when someone is like that, they oftentimes try to sort of explain it away.
Yes.
With something that isn't really an equivalent.
Exactly.
I'm aloof and weird, but that's because I'm Kobe Bryant. That doesn't add up.
Well, and here's the thing too. You can be aloof, but if you're aloof, but you're very unreliable, and you're like, well, I'm unreliable, but I'm not unreliable. I'm not a flake. I'm just aloof. No, you're an unreliable, flaky douche. We're saying the same thing. You're just trying to paint it in a better light. Kawhi Leonard, well, I just kind of on my own program, and I don't really need to be a leader. Well, is that the case, or are you just a bad teammate? There's an element to, if you want to be this weird, mysterious guy, that's fine. But it doesn't mean that you get to do that at the sacrifice of everyone else.
Right.
It's like saying, the Lord works in mysterious ways. You don't get to say that and then do horrific things and be like, look how mysterious I'm being.
I'm going to start saying that. That's my new thing.
Yeah, anytime you're doing something horrible, just be like,
hey,
I work in mysterious ways.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Right?
I don't know what to tell you. The thing about the Clippers I do like is their owner. I like that old spaz, Steve Ballmer. I think he's great.
Yeah, Ballmer's great.
But other than that, I was watching them going, oh, I forgot they had Westbrook and Harden. And Westbrook, I mean, I don't know how much you've watched of them, but now all of a sudden he's coming off the bench. He's like Eduardo Nahara now. He's doing exactly what everybody thought he should be doing 5 years ago. He's actually doing that, and he doesn't make that much money.
Well, and Harden earlier this year had figured it out. He kind of slumped down the stretch, but he had it going there too.
Well,
and then in game one, he had a big game.
He had a great game. He can still ball. He's hot and cold, but he's still. I mean, he's a fat ass, and it's just.
But when you're a fat ass and you can be the third wheel, you can be really good.
And then George is just. He's really, really, really good, and he always reminds you how good he is. At least to me, every time I watch him, I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot about how good he is. But at the same time, he's never done squat. I can't get behind that guy.
Playoff P, man. Playoff P. So
I hate them.
You're being forced to root for
Yeah.
Luka and Kyrie, who's also very.
Who do they
hated.
play if they win?
I'd have to look at the bracket.
Because really, my NBA playoffs are all about who I'm rooting for and against.
That's what it comes down to.
Well, if they don't reseed, they'd play that's the 4-5 matchup. So they would play the 1 seed in the
they
Thunder.
played Denver.
Yeah.
No, Thunder.
Or no, Oklahoma
Thunder.
City got
Yeah,
the one.
Oklahoma
Yeah.
City's the 1 seed. Denver's
Ooh.
the 2.
Yeah, no, that's an easy route. No matter who wins the Clippers-Mavs series, I'm rooting for OKC.
Yeah, because I find OKC to be very likable.
Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah.
My guy Lou Dort is out there.
You have always loved you some Lou
God,
Dort.
I love Lou Dort.
And Chet looks like a villain from the Burbs, and he's kind of fun, and
With his little birdie legs.
I think he looks like if the Geico caveman had a cool athletic brother.
Look at go look up the Burbs sometime. Look at the Klopex, and if you telling me that Chet with his weird beard, like he couldn't be one of the Klopex, just like the ear, like like a lurch looking dude. If that guy was living in your neighbor's basement and had a wife beater, like you'd be like, dude, that guy's up to something. Instead of being one of the best young players in the NBA, you're like, yeah, that dude sells meth and probably digs graves in the backyard in his spare time.
The Klopex, huh?
Yeah, the
I
Klopex.
see it here.
What do you got in the basement, Eric Klopek?
Oh yeah.
See what I mean?
That's not.
Look at the.
That's
look
not
at,
great for Chet.
No, look at the brother. Look at the brother there. You're telling me
The red-haired guy?
The red-haired guy
With the beard, yeah.
Yeah, with the beard. Tell me that doesn't have a little bit of Chet in him.
It is.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, what is today? Tuesday?
Today's Tuesday.
We have a lot going on this week.
There's a lot going on.
Got the NFL draft coming up.
Mhm.
Dan Lanning's going to be on our show tomorrow.
Yes.
We're selling T-shirts on the fan merch locker.
We don't even have to ask. I was going to say we were going to ask Lanning what he drives, but we found that out.
Chevy Tahoe.
Chevy Tahoe.
You going to follow up on that?
Well, I mean, what do you want to say? Hey, congratulations on the sensible SUV. I mean,
You think he has just one car? What else do you drive, Coach?
really nail him down? Like inquiring minds want to know. We can ask what his wife drives.
Does she get a loaner?
Probably. It's Dan Lanning. My guess is that
What about the kids?
no. I think the kids are probably on their own. Plus, I think his oldest boy's like
What?
10 or something, right?
Let's get him a car.
I mean, get him a little bicycle,
Never too early.
get him a big wheel, maybe one of those like a little razor scooter, a motorized razor scooter.
Maybe I'll ask Dan Lanning about teaching his kids to drive.
I'm guessing that's a wife duty.
You think so?
Well, Lanning.
Most guys like to do that.
I know, but Dan, Coach Lanning, Dan, whatever. He's. I think when you're a coach, I think you sacrifice some of those things. Like we talked about it, like he trick or treating and Thanksgiving, and we can ask him. But I'm guessing that driving falls in line to Mrs. Lanning. Plus, Coach Lanning seems very intense. I'm not certain if you can turn that off. And a nervous 15-year-old learning to drive, I'm not certain you want Coach Dan Lanning next to you. You imagine that? You imagine Jim Harbaugh teaching you to drive? No thanks. I'm going to take mom every time. It's a very intense sort of driving instructor.
Well, I'm going to ask him now.
Yeah. What's your philosophy on that?
Yeah.
Our driver's ed, now at school, they don't have driver's ed. You have to go to like the private, you got to pay for it, like go to driving 101 or whatever. But when we were coming up in Salina, did you have driver's ed at school?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we did too. And Reed Clayton was our driver's ed student who was also our line coach and played football at Arizona and was like 6'8", like 310 with a mustache and wore bike coaching shorts. That was the man instructed to shape the young minds of the drivers at Mountain View High School. And let me tell you, more than one person buckled under the pressure of one Reed Clayton. He was not, there were no warm fuzzies handing out. A lot of cold pricklies from Coach Clayton. Yeah. You know, and when you're in the driver's ed car, you have that brake. You know, he's got the emergency brake.
Yeah, on the passenger
On the
side.
passenger side. You know who wasn't afraid to use the emergency brake? Coach Clayton. Gosh almighty. You're just driving and out of nowhere, you come to a screeching halt. You're like, oh my gosh. It's like whiplash.
This may be revisionist history, but in my driver's ed class, I believe he taught us, and I forget his name, but I can picture him. I think he taught us to have both feet. I think he taught us right foot gas, left foot brake.
2-foot pedal, huh?
Which is
that's
not
wrong.
good.
No, that's
Yeah,
wrong.
not good.
Just flat wrong.
I think that. Why do I think that?
I don't know. But if
Because
so,
I don't do that.
Well, no one does. It's like the worst.
Well, he said, I remember him saying people do that.
Really? Stupid people.
Maybe he was just showing us what not to do.
It's possible. This is what not to do. Well, if Coach Clayton showed you what not to do, it was followed up with, "What the hell are you doing?" Like, stop yelling at me, giant man with a mustache. And I felt bad. I was used to him yelling, but like, you'd have a pod of like 3 people in the car, right? The driver, 2 in the back, and then the instructor in the front. Boy, and in my pod, I forget, I think her name was Tracy. She was just this little mousy choir girl. And I felt so bad for her.
Oh no.
She just would be in tears. She could not handle what he was bringing to the table. And you could just see his frustration and her emotional like crumbling. It was bad. It's like watching a little frail bird have its wings crushed. To this day, I'm not certain she drives. Strikes me as an Uber sort of gal. And that was like the old wood, like same thing, like it's a certain archetype, like wood shop teacher, like, the shop metal, driver's ed. That was, I don't know if those positions exist anymore, but that was a position for hard men back in the day.
Well, being from the middle of nowhere, I can tell you that all the men at my school were like that.
Everyone.
Including the English teacher.
Midwest.
Yeah, they're all hardened and leathery.
That's what hard dudes are.
Mr. Conway was like, he was the English teacher and typing, and he'd talk like Rutter. He would say Rutter.
Yeah.
Hey, Rutter. How you doing, Isaac Rutter? Nicest guy, Rutter. But, I mean, what is that? What is that?
I don't know.
They thought he was fit to teach English? Hey, Rutter.
Well, and we got in that weird...
Every other word's grammatically incorrect.
Well, we had that weird generation, too, where a lot of the people that were, like, raising us and instructing us were coming back from Nam and,
Yeah.
you know...
That's Mr. Smith, history.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Oh, man, he was something.
Yeah, it's... Like, today, I don't know if we have that same sort of thing, but we are in that weird spot where... There were a lot of adults in charge of things that probably shouldn't been in charge of things. And we hadn't quite figured out that maybe that way of doing things wasn't the best. You know, there's like the way your drill instructor ran things in Nam maybe isn't what you should bring back to like an 8th grade English class.
It was a different time.
It was a different time.
Do you see every once in a while you see the student car, student driver out there?
Oh, yeah.
Do you like to mess with them?
Oh, God, no.
You don't teach them a lesson or two?
No, first off, I steer way clear of that.
Well, my.
Yeah. Because sometimes you pull up aside and again, you see that person and they're white knuckling it and you just.
Don't you want to give them a little,
No.
hey, here's what you're going to run into out there?
No, because every one of those is a young
that's where you
person
go, though.
trying their best.
I'm going to teach them a lesson.
By the way, has there been like a sudden surge in those stickers of
Yes.
student driver?
Yes.
My wife mentioned this. We were on a walk the other day, and like I feel like I always see these stickers on cars that only an adult is driving, and there's no 16-year-old in sight. And so
That's right.
obviously it's got to be the car that the kid drives when they drive, but I never see the kids in them. I'm like, are you just trying to make sure I don't cut you off?
Well,
or...
it might be a lot. Again, almost every one of the driver's ed now is a private school, so
Right.
it's probably just someone's car that they use.
He's driving home.
Yeah.
and he's driving home, and
But it's true. Like,
They feel like they're everywhere now, though.
you used to see a car with student driver, and you knew what you were going to see when you pulled up alongside, and that would be the white knuckling kid.
Yeah.
Now you don't really know. You see the student driver, but you're like, that's just some dude.
What if I just put it on the back of my car and then like it's an excuse to, again, it's like Kawhi Leonard. I'm out there just being aloof because I'm a student driver. You can't get mad at me, student driver. I'm a 46-year-old man with a beard, but hey, just doing my best.
Do you think that would be beneficial if you put that on your car to you? Would that help you out there?
I don't know. I would
In the
assume
wild?
I would assume it gives everyone like back off, like give me some more.
I guess so.
Give me some more elbow room.
I saw one the other day that it was a bumper sticker. It was like, please don't honk. I'm already stressed out.
Well, I say that like the best bit, and I've never related to something more, is in John Mulaney's bit. John Mulaney does a stand-up special from years ago where I guess he's a horrible driver. He grew up in Chicago, never drove, and so he learned to drive as an adult. And he goes, for every one of those people that are honking and yelling at me, they are expecting to see like an elderly Asian woman behind the wheel, and they pull up and they see a grown man doing his best. And then he's like, I don't want to be doing this either. I have that thought all the time. When I do something and someone gets mad at me, I want to lean out the window and be like, I don't want that. I didn't want to make that move. I'm embarrassed that I drive like that. Sorry. What more can I, like, I need a sign. That's why I said it would be great if we all had electronic signs on the back of our car where we could print out messages. And I would just have one that says, I am sorry. I know what I did was absolute horse, nears. Please forgive me.
Do you think do we need just maybe a hand signal that says sorry?
I try, but
what's
then
the sign language sorry?
I do the praying, like the hands. Like if someone pulls up
so
beside
sorry.
me, I go with the prayer hands and I try to mouth the I'm sorry.
I think it's the hand up and the dipped nod. It's like like Larry David would call it, like the S bow.
Yeah.
It's like that.
I don't know. Maybe we could be more specific with that.
I need something, because I'm ready to acknowledge on the road that I am doing things that no one is a fan of, including myself.
Do the athlete chest tap? That's on me. That's on me.
See, but then I'm afraid that's like
that's
like a gorilla like pounding the chest sort of thing. Like,
well, no, it's not like it's not like that. It's the hey.
I just feel like I want like a flag. Like cars that have antennas, you can press a button and it goes up. I want the white surrender flag.
I like that.
Where I just press a button and just a white flag goes up and just know I'm acknowledging my defeat. I don't want this to be a conflict.
So maybe a button with a white surrender flag or
a white sorry flag.
Yeah.
A middle finger.
Yes, one of the two. Because there are times where I do want to be like, hey, that ain't on me, man. F you. Yeah, and I would like to, one on each side of the car.
Some motorcycle, you know how the motorcycle guys on the freeway will go in between lanes?
Yes.
I know some people hate that, but I'm okay with the law allowing that. I'm okay with it because I could see being a motorcycle rider.
Lane splitters. Yeah,
you can, like, if you can squeeze through there, go ahead. I mean, get where you need to go, fella. I don't care. But I didn't see him. He came up on me on my blind side, back left, and I don't know, maybe I cut him off or something. Boy, dude, he came right up to my driver's side window and flipped me the hardest, most aggressive bird.
Right at you.
And I didn't do I felt like you. I was so sorry. I didn't even see you, dude. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But then once he got so mad at me, I kind of became mad at him.
Yeah.
I'm like, F you, dude.
Exactly.
I didn't. It was a mistake.
And I'm owning it.
Yeah. So I rolled down the window and I slapped his head. No, I'm just kidding. I just didn't. I looked at him and stared.
Yeah.
And then he was probably like, Rob?
Hey, look at you.
God, you're an idiot.
Yeah. Because I've had that before where someone gets really mad at me. And I told you, like, I've had someone follow me and then I get out of the car and then they're like, oh, crap. And they drive away. And I'm always nervous because I'm like, if you see me get out of the car and you want to escalate it, I'm like, God, this person's going to shoot me. And then I feel bad if someone sees me and is like, oh, crap, this guy's going to kick my ass. How about none of those things? Like, it's just it's a car. Let it go. Let it go.
Somebody said a paddle. Maybe one side says, I'm sorry. The other says, you're an idiot.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
It's kind of like the slow stop signals that they have at construction sites. Yes. You just turn it over depending on which one you need.
Boy, I saw those guys. Well, I had a couple of those today. Is there a worse job than the person who stands out there and has to hold the stop or slow sign all day?
That person makes like $35 an hour.
Is that good?
Yeah, they make bucks. It's actually a really good job.
Boy, I couldn't do that job.
It's a tasty gig.
They just stand there.
Yeah, and they make lots of money.
And they say, stop,
slow.
Or slow.
Yeah.
And they communicate. It's the most exciting part of their day is communicating to the other person on the other side holding the stop or slow sign about what car is next.
I see that all the time. There's like one guy working the ditch witch, and then there's like 7 others that are supervising, and then there's 2 people working the slow and stop sign. I'm telling you, I think that's a pretty gig if you can get it.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's labor intensive.
No.
But at the same time, so boring.
But you get paid.
But again, really, 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 really boring. Well, shockingly boring and probably hot.
Well, I would think so. But
standing around on your feet?
For the right person that doesn't care and just wants to make decent money and not do anything, that's about as unskilled labor as you get.
Do you go straight into that? Like,
no,
is that low level? You got to work your
way up.
You got to be qualified for that?
Either that, you got to know someone. You don't just get handed the flagging job. No.
If I got the flagging job, I would have a tent, a flat screen, maybe a little bar set up. I'd be sitting there in my lounge chair with my bucket hat. And I'd do the stop and slow, but it'd be in comfort.
That's why they wouldn't ever give you the flag. You're not flagger material. they'd weed you out like a jury duty.
I was
Good
on a road
luck.
trip once where I saw one of these people, and they had their car was right next to where they were standing, and it said "Love to Flag" on a vanity plate, and then on the bumper it said "Flag Hag," and it was a woman, and she was
Flag hag.
very proud of her job.
Yeah, see, I feel like, no offense to flaggers out there, but you're basically announcing that you're pretty lazy.
It says utility flaggers have fun. I work for PGE. Flagging is a part of the job. We see all kinds of stuff, and we let each other know when a hot is driving by. You get on the walkie-talkie, and you're like, "Hey, dude, hey, red, red convertible. Check it out. See, you got fun. You're doing bits with your buddies.
All right,
Hot
well,
smell of tar getting you high.
yeah, super hot. You're out there in your boots and your yellow
Yeah, your
vest.
your safety vest.
Man, we covered a lot there.
We did.
There you go. We're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow.
Deuces.
Big week. We will start. Let's get into some NBA playoffs to start off today's show.
Let's do it.
That's the subject of our poll question, and that is next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. The parallels in golf and college football right now are fascinating.
Yeah, they really are.
Because there's a lot of similar energy with changing landscapes, and how are viewers going to appreciate it, or will they be turned off? You have a lot of people who say, no, I'm not transferring. I'm loyal to the soil. Once a this, always a this.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere. And then 3 months later, it's like, yes, I am.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
Northbound 5, pretty slow as you make your way from downtown Portland up to the Interstate Bridge. Southbound 5, only slow as you make your way towards downtown itself. Sunset Highway, very slow from 8 to 405.
No time for a traditional in-ground vegetable garden? Mr. Plywood
All right.
Yeah, 3-day course to get certified.
What is what's minimum wage these days?
Depends on the state. Oregon?
Well, here.
I think it's like, is it 16 bucks?
$16? Is it that high?
I think so.
That seems so high to me.
It just went up.
$15.95.
$15.95. And I think they just bumped it up just a scooch ago.
What's the lowest you remember it being an old?
I remember when I was in college and I worked a job as a janitor and I made $7 an hour.
Yeah. I remember it just under $7.
Yep. $7.
And then as a restaurant worker, we'd only get $2 an hour.
Ooh, and then tips, right?
And tips, yeah.
I think,
'cause
by
you
the
made
way,
tips.
I still think there's restaurant, like the exception of the minimum wage.
That do that?
Yeah, that you can get paid, depending on the state, I think you get paid jack squat, and then you work on tips.
Yeah, your paycheck, you'd make most of your wage on tips.
Yeah.
But they would pay you $2 an hour, so your paycheck, that would be the only thing on there.
Yeah.
$35.
Well, I just
something like that.
Well, I just remember every time, because it was me and my buddies, and when we were janitors, and when we'd leave for the night, we'd be like $28 damn right in our pocket. Tasty.
Let's go.
$28. Yeah, and then like that makes you sound old because then you could go. Gas was, I think it was 79 cents, 89 cents in Utah when I was in school. So that was
Can you believe that, kids?
Yeah.
Gas used to be under $1.
Oh yeah. I remember when gas got above $1 at the Maverick station. I was livid. I was like, "This is outrageous.
What is this?
110? Go to hell!"
It's got to go back down.
Yeah, I remember it for a really long time being like 99, 109, 119 for the like regular the premium and elite or whatever.
What did we just pay the other day? What are we, $4.50?
For something.
Mid fours, depending on where you.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Oh, and then that's
times.
just, God, it makes you sound old. It's like, back in my day, gas, gas was a nickel. Stop
Well,
it.
to some people it was.
Well, it is depressing when
Let's
you hear,
let them point it out.
Well, like I hear these crusty douchebags that are like, I worked my way through college and raised 9 kids on $27,000 a year and bought my first house. And you're like, hey, dumbass, your first house cost like $9. The average house today costs like $500,000. So like you wouldn't be doing that now on $27,000. Like people can't quite grasp that. It drives me freaking nuts.
Get off my porch.
When we do the back in my day, I didn't have to make a bunch of money. Yeah, because gas was a nickel and your first house cost $16,000.
Oh man, I'm 40.
So can we just be a little honest about the argument we're making?
Hey, I forgot to mention something really cool. We have sports guests today.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you know that?
Look at us.
Look at us.
We have sports guests this week.
Yeah, we've got sports guest. Oh my God, yeah, you're right.
3 days in a row.
3 days in a row we have sports guest.
Oh my goodness.
Get this. Okay, so 4:15 today, Jeremy Fowler from ESPN. He's an NFL guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy who helped write the piece on Bill Belichick being blackballed from the NFL.
Bill Belichick and Bill Belichick.
That's a lot of information.
His evil twin were both blackballed? I knew it.
He just put out a piece on the quarterbacks in the draft.
Yes.
Which we feel is topical.
There you go. So we got 2 prongers.
He's coming on today, 4:15. Dan Lanning tomorrow, 5:15. And then Scott Barnes, late ad, Oregon State AD, will be on our show Thursday at 4.
Suddenly, and then Joey Harrington on
Joey
Friday.
Harrington on
What
Friday!
is happening?
What? And then we all dry dock for vacation. So
I'm out.
F you. None of us are here next week.
You will get no effort from me on Friday.
All right. Well, here's our poll question. Well, actually, that's not true. Some of us are here next week, but only later in the week.
I see.
Poll question at 1080 The Fan on X, AAA Heating and Cooling Family Business, helping families for over 60 years, AAAIAQ.com. Yesterday, the question was, and this is on X at 1080 The Fan. Did I mention that?
Yes.
Did I?
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah.
Now that Damian Lillard is gone, who anchors our area's sports throne? 54% said Dan Lanning.
God dang, what do you think?
Should we tell him that he's our new sports anchor?
I was planning on it.
Should we tell him congratulations and like give him I don't know, like a plaque or something?
I was going to say, hey Dan, get this. Damian Lillard left. Russell Wilson got traded. If you go all of the Northwest, although I wasn't really including Northwest, I was just including kind of our area.
Because if you're going up there, it's probably Julio.
Yeah,
Although he's having a
Julio,
rough year.
J-Rod.
Yeah.
But down here, man, he's the new king. He needs to know that
He's the anchor.
now that Lillard's gone. So he got 54% of the vote. Jason Swigard, 28%. Scoot Henderson, 10%. And Sophia Smith, 8%.
Hold on, everybody.
How about Swag coming in second?
Well, look,
The people know.
He's been here the longest.
If you know, you know.
We think.
Today's poll question on X at 1080 The Fan is as follows. Which of these playoff bros is the baddest of asses? Jamal Murray, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Anthony Edwards, or Jason Tatum? Vote and vote hard.
I'll tell you what, Murray for having the game he was having last night
Vote.
to hit those down the stretch.
He's a baller.
Dude.
It's hard to believe that guy's never been an all-star.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
And yet, you know, again, when you talk about the best duos, now a lot of that is because of Jokic, but dude, there's a strong case that's if you have to take two guys on a team, the defending champs and they're rolling, that's big time. Those two shots he hit, the two mid-range shots, including the step back jumper over Anthony Davis to seal that thing. Good Lord.
Did you hear how much of a bitch Anthony Davis was after the game?
No,
Did you
what was he doing?
Yeah.
You're talking about the officials.
Well, do you have the audio of that?
I don't know if I'll look and see
No,
if we
he
do.
He was being classic. Well, you know what the reporter's going to ask.
Sure.
Hey, can you walk us through what happened on the
Yeah.
final shot?
Sure.
And Anthony Davis just looks at him and goes, Jamal Murray made a shot, and he throws down the mic and walks off.
Like a literal mic drop.
Like a baby.
Well, I mean, that one, by the way, the Lakers will fold now. Like, they had that game. They were the better team in that game. They had the lead, and they let it go down the stretch. And I saw last night they were bitching about the officials of the late LeBron push, and that I think that was Murray too that went to the line. And they're going to sit there and bitch and moan about the officials, but you know, LeBron takes a horse crap three that he doesn't need to take, and Denver comes down and hits the shots that matter. So we talk about it all the time. The teams that you trust down the stretch, and I don't trust LA, and you trust Denver.
I do have the audio on that. Here's Anthony Davis after the game.
What happened on that last play?
Jamal Murray made a shot.
That was it.
And by the way, it was great defense. It just was better offense.
Well, he wiggled. He got Anthony Davis is slow. I mean, ish.
Yeah.
Compared to Jamal Murray, like
sure.
he wiggled him to the point where Davis couldn't really catch up to. Like if Davis outstretched Davis, he's going to block your shot.
Yeah.
But Murray was able to kind of wiggle
space.
his way, get a little space, and Davis couldn't close fast enough, and then
I don't get
he had the fadeaway.
You hit that fadeaway over Anthony Davis, dude. That's legendary type stuff. And did you hear the interview, the post game with Anthony or
we just heard it.
Not Anthony Davis. Sorry, Jamal Murray. He was so good. First off, he was out of breath because he was dogpiled, and he was talking about how bad he was all game.
I've got that too.
He was so. Do you have where he cursed? He dropped the BS.
I believe that I do.
He was so good in the post game.
All of us as little kids always shoot that last shot in the driveway in practice, like we're going to hit a game winner. Is this your first ever at the buzzer game winner, or you had more?
Maybe in the league, probably one of the first at the buzzer game winners, but I mean, I was in Canada, I was going crazy. I was hitting a lot of those.
Hold on, here's the other clip.
Yeah,
he's Canadian.
He's Canadian.
And I told my teammates when I was struggling, like, I'm gonna look for y'all. And every single one of them told me to keep shooting, be aggressive, keep shooting. Even when I was throwing up that floater, they just told me to stay aggressive and keep looking for it, keep hunting it. I had the ball with a few seconds left, and I knew once I made a couple, the next one should go down as well.
I love it. Even when I was throwing up that bowl, that bull junk.
Didn't he go to Kentucky?
Yeah, he went to Kentucky.
I don't even remember him at Kentucky.
I think he was a one and done.
That's probably why.
Yeah, well, everyone at Kentucky's a one and done, but I find him delightful. And
so is he your vote then? Which of these playoff bros is the baddest of asses? Jamal Murray, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Anthony Edwards, or Jason Tatum?
I don't know how it can be anyone but Jamal Murray, because the guy's an NBA champion. He's proven in the playoffs. He doesn't fold, and he just did that. Give me Murray. And look, all of those players are great, and they've got their own legacy to write. But again, end of the game, who do I want the to have the ball?
CJ McCollum.
No, I'll take Jamal Murray.
On X at 1080 The Fan, vote hard. Brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling. All right, up next, more NBA playoff talk. Why is the family of the Nuggets trying to derail the Nuggets? Here's Buckley.
This is
covering the NFL draft and what's going on with Bill Belichick coming up at 4:15 with Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. But talking NBA playoffs right now, where Jamal Murray beat the Lakers.
And I flipped over just in time to see that, too.
Did you?
Well, I was watching the Kings-Oilers game because, well, priorities. And I was flipping back and forth, and especially as Denver pulled close there, and I flipped it back over, with maybe a minute or two left in the game, and it was tied, and I was like, ooh, this is, because Edmonton had pulled away. So I flipped back over and got like those last like 5 possessions. It was like perfect timing. It couldn't have, like, sometimes you just have great clicker instincts.
I was watching those same 2 games. Did Edmonton Kings go to a break or score a goal or something in that? Because I had to have clicked over at almost the exact same time.
Yeah, I flipped over and I was like, oh, yeah, look at this. This is a tasty little number right here. I love when that happens. You kind of keeping an eye on it on your phone.
Well, because the Lakers were up 20. It looked like it was as good as over.
Yeah. Wrong.
Not in the NBA,
Wrong.
man. And clicker instincts are a thing.
Yes.
That is definitely a thing. It's a feel.
Yeah.
And, it comes with experience.
And the Lakers now, I think they've lost to the Clippers like 6 or 7 times now after having a double-digit lead in the postseason.
The Nuggets.
Yeah, the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Oh, did I say the Clippers? Sorry, the Nuggets. Like, anytime the Lakers are up by double digits, the Clippers are like, right where we want you.
Buck just sent us a montage. I'm watching it, and it's out there. You can find it on social media, but it's all of the times that Jamal Murray has hit that exact same shot against the Lakers. Have you watched it?
Yeah,
there's like 10 of them.
It's fantastic.
He does it every time.
There's like a little hesitation action.
Yeah.
There's a screen that gets slipped. He gets just enough room, and then he steps back on a big every single time.
Every time, and drains it.
And this is how great, like, because you've got the best player in the league in Jokic, but you've got a closer in Murray that you trust to take those shots. And it's a little bit like Shaq and Kobe, even though, you can put the ball in Jokic's hands at the end. LA really couldn't because of the foul thing, but it's why they're so good. And by the way, not only was that just absolutely soul crushing for LA last night because had another double-digit lead, you blew it down the stretch, but that was your ability to make it a series. And you got games. Like Anthony Davis was amazing last night. I mean, the dude goes for what do you have? He had 32 and 11. He goes 32 and 11. And you got and LeBron goes 26 and 26, 12 and 8. Like you got performances from your bigs. Everything you needed from your 2 big guys. And even Russell chipped in with 20. And it was there, and it still wasn't enough.
They're not beating Denver. As a matter of fact,
no, but they could have made it a series, and
Boston,
and they're not.
They should have made it a series.
Should have made it a series.
Boston feels inevitable in the East, and it's starting to feel like Denver feels inevitable in the West.
If you told me right now that I could sign up for Boston and Denver, let's go.
Well, that's probably what you're going to get.
I hope so.
I mean, who would you take out of the West if not Denver, the way the bracket looks?
Well, I mean, Oklahoma City, the only reason we don't buy Oklahoma City is because they're young.
We haven't seen it before.
We haven't seen it before. And, Minnesota's good. And Minnesota was the number 1 seed for a lot of the year, and then Towns got hurt. But I don't know why. Like, and again, it's not like I'm not acting like I watch the NBA like Danny does. Like that's, regular season NBA to me sometimes is like college basketball. It's just, I got better things to do with my time.
Sometimes.
But
by the way, name the T-Wolves coach. Sorry to cut you off there.
Who's the T-Wolves coach?
Can anybody name them? I had to look it up.
The last name's Finch, right?
Yes, Chris Finch.
I couldn't have got. I don't know if I could have. Chris.
Sid Finch.
Sid Finch.
He's real.
Does he have that weird giant foot thing happening? But like the Timberwolves and Oklahoma City were going back and forth for most of the year as the 1 seed, and then Denver was kind of sleepwalking through it. And yet going in, all we heard about was the Clippers, and we heard about the Lakers, and we heard about like Phoenix. Why are we so quick to dismiss Oklahoma City and Minnesota simply because they haven't been there before? Well,
I do think
Denver
that's
hadn't
why,
been there before last year either until they won the damn thing.
Yeah, but nobody will stick their neck out, particularly in the media, to predict something that they haven't seen before.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to look like an idiot.
Yeah.
Right? Because we always default to the stars. That's why everybody still continues to shove Phoenix down our throat, even though Phoenix isn't that good.
No. And by the way,
the Lakers,
both of those squads, and the Clippers, and we do it with the Mavericks too, even though, like Dallas is good, but like those are we've been constantly talking about the 4, 5, 6, and 7 seed, And to some extent, even Golden State before they got eliminated.
But those are the stars, though.
Yeah,
so are you going to predict Oklahoma City or Minnesota over Denver?
But when you look at it, Minnesota has 3 legit stars. And one of them who is, dude, Anthony Edwards is a dude. Like they've got their guy. And Oklahoma City might have, I still think it goes to Jokic, but if it's not Jokic, the MVP is probably SGA. And there, we still like what it was a little bit last year with Denver when people weren't talking about Denver, and they're like, well, you have the best player in the NBA in Jokic and a multiple MVP and another guy in Murray and then a nice long rangy cast. And I think you can say the same thing about Minnesota and Oklahoma City. I'm not picking them to beat Denver.
Well, there you go.
But it fascinates me.
No one is.
That no one was talking about either one of those when they're the 1 and 2 seed for most of the year, and Minnesota would be the 2 seed, or maybe even the 1 if Anthony Towns hadn't gone down with the meniscus tear.
But Denver is the problem with that is Denver is still there.
Yeah,
and they're better than ever. They're just awesome. And then just like you said, I mean, you said it. You won't pick them. Nobody else will either. So that's why no one's talking about it.
Well, I wasn't going to pick him because I'm picking Denver. But if it's not Denver, if you said pick someone besides Denver, it sure as hell wouldn't be the Lakers or Phoenix.
Well, that is what I asked.
Yeah.
Like if not Denver in the West, who? But I just think Denver feels inevitable. And I know that's lame. Yeah. That's what everybody's saying, but they're just that good.
Yeah. Well, I'll take Oklahoma City then.
I'll
take Oklahoma City for being too young to not know that they're not supposed to be here.
Yes.
Because when push comes to shove down the stretch, and you saw this in game 1, right? They've got guys, much like Denver, that can close out games. Chet had a ridiculous block and affected at least 3 shots in the final 4 minutes of that game, of game 1. And what happened when push came to shove? They went to SGA on the offensive end.
Plus 550, pretty good value for them winning the West.
Plus 550? God, they're the number 1 seed.
The Nuggets are plus 115. The Clippers are 5-1. The Thunder are plus 550.
Who thinks the Clippers are going to win the West?
So so we're going to say that Minnesota and Oklahoma City haven't proved anything. But
Minnesota 9-1.
But James Harden, Russell Westbrook, Paul George, I guess Kawhi's done it once. So we're going to say that they have. Get out of here.
Well, those odds are based on how people are going to bet.
I'm just glad that we're on the verge of not having to deal with, well, we already eliminated Golden State, and we're on the verge of hopefully getting rid of the Lakers and hopefully Phoenix, and we can move on from that crap.
Yeah, it's a whole nother seggy, but why is Phoenix not any good? I mean, they're good, but why are they not better? That's a weird one. We'll do that later. We'll touch on that later. But hey, I teased this by saying why
I thought we were talking about the Edmonton Oilers next.
No.
Their big win.
Why is the family
McDavid looks so good.
Why is the family of the Nuggets the only one trying to derail the Nuggets?
That is true.
So we've got
punches.
We've got Porter's brother getting kicked out of the NBA, and then his other brother getting arrested and thrown in the slammer for DUI.
6 years, by the way.
6 years. Yeah, we killed.
And now last night we've got Jokic's brother throwing haymakers in the stands. What are we doing?
I want the Jokic brothers. Look, if Giannis's brother and Bronny and James can be in the NBA, why can't the Jokic brothers? Damn it, I want them to have a uniform.
Why can't they at least be the team security and just have them on each end of the bench in big suits?
Who's the fat guy from Philly?
Oh, yeah, the guy that's Dom, right? Big Dom?
Yeah, Big Dom.
The guy that, got into it with the Niners linebacker?
Can't we, Greenlaw, can't we get Jokic's brothers out there? Like Hell's Angels doing security at Altamont, just out there just swinging tire irons at people? Dude, I love everything about the Jokic's. And you see he's dressing as Gru. He's doing bits last night.
Are they going to... Yeah, I did see that. But are they going to boot this brother now? I mean, he clearly punched the guy.
Yeah, he's being investigated. So, I mean, the police are looking into it. I'm assuming that the NBA...
Adam Silver doesn't have time for that.
I'm assuming that the
NBA
just boots him. So...
Can't be having that.
Yeah. And I'd love that the police are investigating.
Ain't nobody got time
he
for
punched
that.
him. He did it.
Yeah, but maybe there's, if
Dude
the guy
took it like a champ, too.
If the guy wants to press charges, then, there won't be a...
Oh, he's going to 100% press charges, though.
Try to get some dough.
Look, I'll tell you right now.
You think there'll be a, what do you call it?
It'll be settled.
No, I just mean, the hell do you call it when they issue an arrest?
An arrest
Will
warrant?
there be charges, do you think?
There'll be charges.
Really?
You can't punch people.
Hmm.
Well, who was it?
Sometimes you can.
Who punched?
Well, he went out of his way to punch him. He's like
Yeah.
climbing over chairs and rows to hit this guy.
Can't look.
It wasn't self-defense.
Yeah, you can't punch people. There'll be a warrant issued, or they'll say, "Hey, turn yourself in." The dude will not press charges, and then there'll be a settlement, and he'll get $500K.
Paid by Nikola Jokic.
Look.
Oh, man.
The best thing that could ever happen to you is getting punched by the brother of a very famous. Well, actually, no. The best thing that could happen to you is getting punched by a very famous person. The second best
Spike
thing
Lee.
is, sure, you get punched by Spike Lee. I was thinking like Jackson Mahomes, like, because one, it won't hurt because he's made of noodle. And then you get a nice fat settlement. I bet the Jokic brother, though, I thought he'd punch pretty hard, but the dude takes it pretty well.
All right, well, nothing can derail the Nugs. It's going to be the Nuggies and the Celtics.
And I'll tell you what,
I'm sticking my neck out.
I would, wow. The defending champs
That's right.
versus unquestioned the best team in the NBA.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, you know what odds you can get if one of those teams wins the title? Minus 350. You can lay $350 to make 100.
God.
Your balls that you have, man.
Courage.
The courage.
It's called courage.
You got the courage to take a punch from one of the Jokic brothers?
For how much?
Oh, he'll get a couple hundred. He'll get a couple G's.
You're telling me that's my
Hell
a
yeah,
couple
man.
G's?
A couple hundred G's.
A couple hundred G's?
5 figures.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Oh, 5 figures?
I think you could get 5 figures out of that.
Well, you should. Saying 6 figures.
You're going to get 6 figures. 100%. Because you know
I
what's going
want
to.
7.
You're not getting 7.
I'm not taking it then.
You're not getting 7.
Yeah.
But
Stay away from my beautiful face.
You're getting a couple hundred, though, because you know what's going to happen. You've got emotional trauma. Your jaw hurts. You got concussed, of course. You're seeing, the lasting effects. You got long COVID. That was, the gout is because of it. You probably got a battle of GERD going along with, all these things pile up. It's like, remember when Dennis Rodman kicked that camera dude in the balls? That dude all of a sudden came down with like 17 different ailments. That's what happens. The more famous of the person that strikes you, the more ailments you get.
All right, I've got one more little nuggie on the clips, on the hated clips, and we'll wrap up NBA playoff talk next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is back.
All right, well, the home teams are 12-0 so far in the NBA. Tonight, we get Game 2, Suns T-Wolves in Minnesota. That'll be the first one. Then we get Pacers Bucks in Milwaukee and Mavs Clips tonight on TNT in LA.
Not a bad little night. There's the NBA playoffs. There's some intriguing matchups.
All the spreads are under 4 tonight. We're expecting good games.
Last night was a treat.
Yeah.
So maybe tonight can piggyback off of that. I have one more. So the team that I can't stand, that I was reminded that I can't stand when I started watching the playoffs, was the Clippers.
Yeah.
Because I had forgotten that they have Westbrook and Harden and stupid Paul George and stupid Kawhi. And so I hate them. I can't stand them. And I love their owner. Other than that, I am rooting so hard against them. I read a stat about the Clippers. Did you know that they have 3 of the top 10 highest paid NBA players of all time?
Can't say that I knew that. So obviously Harden.
Of all time.
Harden, Westbrook, and is Paul George?
Yep.
Really?
Paul George is 10th.
I'll be damned.
Yeah, he's been around a while.
Yeah.
Which makes them even more hateable.
It's a lot of money for not a whole lot of winning. But that's good. Like the NBA
Russ is only at $4 million now.
Well,
I mean, he doesn't make.
No.
Harden still makes a bunch, but
Westbrook will go down as the. How do I put this? This is going to be tough. He'll go down as the worst MVP of the modern era. He averaged a triple-double and won an MVP, and no one really wants him on their team.
And opponents didn't really consider him a threat if you just let him kind of stuff the
The
box
idea
score.
is just let him score, let him do whatever. Great, take your triple-double and go away. Like I'm trying to think of another.
Derrick Rose?
No, dude. Derrick Rose. Peak Derrick Rose was a different animal.
Well, I know he was good, but I think we're kind of selling Russ a little short. I mean, the guy was awesome.
Yeah, but Derrick Rose was actually someone that people wanted to play with and people were scared of. Like Russ was just a stat guy. And that year that he won the MVP in Oklahoma City, they weren't anything. Like they were a bad team. And he just fills it up.
Well, then you'd have to go to maybe Nash.
Maybe.
I was going to say maybe Allen Iverson, 2000, 2001.
Oh, no, dude. Same thing. Allen Iverson, peak Iverson.
I just thought he needed a ton of volume to do what he did. Like, I know his team made it, or they made it to a finals. Was it that team that made it to the finals?
They made it to one finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody else
lost to the Lakers.
On the list is a who's who.
Yeah, I mean, I if you wanted to throw some shade,
well, Harden.
I was gonna say if you wanted to throw some shade at James Harden, and it's funny because think about that. If I told you that a team had 2 MVPs on it, and everyone kind of looked at that team and went, "Meh," it's James Harden and Russell Westbrook.
Well, how about Russell Westbrook, James Harden, and Kevin Durant all together, younger?
Yeah. Well, and still they made one final right together, or was Harden? I think had already left when they made the finals and lost. I think Harden was already out the door.
Was he?
I think so.
I think that's right.
I think it was just
either that or he was off the bench.
Well, he was off the bench, but I'm fairly certain that he was already gone and that it was just Westbrook and because it was Westbrook, Harden, and Ibaka were their big 3, and then they never did it. And Durant will be another guy. He'll go down as a cheese butt, even though Kevin Durant, he's not going to win another one. Kevin Durant is so effing good. He's underappreciated on the defensive end. He rebounds. The dude is just, he's an all-timer. And yet when he retires, there'll be a lot of guys from this modern age that are going to retire. And collectively, a lot of casual fans are going to have negative opinions of, even though they were the absolute balls during their day. And Kevin Durant, don't let anyone fool you. There was about a 4-year stretch there where Kevin Durant was the best player in the NBA.
He was a freaking killer.
Yes.
And he probably would have won another title or 2 if he just decided that he was happy enough to stay there.
If he would have stayed in Golden State and he does, well, if he doesn't blow his Achilles, they win 3.
Yep.
And if he even sticks around after that, he at least wins 1 more, if not 2 more. He just, for whatever reason, he sabotaged his career just
to go to Brooklyn
with
Harden?
Brooklyn and then Phoenix and just, you want to talk about a poor ending of a career because he can still play, but he's not what he once was. You want to talk about a self-destructive end to a career when you still had prime miles to go.
Did you see Anthony Edwards talking him last game?
Yeah.
He was like, you old ass man, you can't guard me, chase me around.
And again, as good as Kevin Durant is, he just isn't, he's no longer the guy. And LeBron's got a little bit of this. LeBron can will himself to have these games, but you're no longer just you've become a planet. You're not the sun. And for a while they were. And Durant is still an absolute beast, but he's not. It's a young man's it's a young man's prime sort of game. And it's passed by some of those guys, and it's passed by Steph, it's passed by Durant, it's passed by LeBron. Not that they're not great players, but dude, give me the 26-year-old, 24-year-old guy that still has all the athleticism in the world.
All right, we move to football next on The Fan. be long. Gonna get some football here real quick. The Texas police are in. James Harden was on the Oklahoma City Finals team.
I did look into that. Yeah, they lost to the Heat. I thought he had moved on, but no. They did have 3 future MVPs on that team.
So Jeremy Fowler, ESPN NFL, he'll join us in our next segment. We'll talk to him about why Bill Belichick is unemployable, and we'll look ahead to the first round of the NFL draft, which is a mere days away.
Yeah.
2 sleeps.
2 sleeps. And then we're here. Well, we're there. We're not there. They're there.
You know who is there? You know who's going to be there? So the draft is in Detroit this year. Youngest Meatball will be in Detroit for the draft.
Why is Meat in Detroit for the
Well,
NFL draft?
his lady is from there. So
So are they going back specifically for this? Or they just happen to be in Detroit?
I don't know.
Okay.
They're just going to be there.
Okay. Is he going to the draft?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going to the draft.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I saw him when I was in Detroit last year, they were starting like kind of the setup for it, and they were kind of hyping it up, and it's a big deal. The people in Detroit are fired up about it.
Yeah.
I like that they're doing this in the NFL draft. They're moving it around, and and teams are embracing it. It's a cool thing. It's like an all-star game.
Was that Vegas last year?
Was it Vegas last year?
Wasn't it?
Might have been. Vegas was going to be the year that I think they had to postpone it. Remember, they're going to do the boats out into the Bellagio thing was going to be a whole deal.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they did do it there.
I thought it was Vegas last year. Maybe I'm wrong.
They did do one in Vegas, but I don't know.
Did they do it there 2 years in a row? Maybe.
You know what? I got a list here that I can tell you where it went down. Hey, next year it's going to be in Lambeau.
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. No.
Kansas City.
It was in Kansas City, and then the year before that, it was in Vegas. So
Yeah, all right.
you're like, yeah. All right.
I heard a great white person stat.
The what?
From my favorite midday show,
Mhm.
Danny and Dusty here on the Fan.
Yeah.
Noon to 3. As a matter of fact, I didn't even hear it on their show. They said they had it on their show, but I don't know if that's true or not. They just told me in person.
Okay.
See, I get personal sports notes from Danny and Dusty.
That's how close personal friends you are.
They said that the last time a white cornerback and white receiver were drafted in the first round in the same draft was 1969.
The what?
And we could have that this year.
Yeah, because Cooper DeJean, the corner / safety out of Iowa, he's
who's
going to
the
get
receiver?
drafted. And McConkey.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Old McConkey out of
Old
Georgia.
lad.
McConkey.
And he may, I've seen him in mocks everywhere from like 25 into the second round. So we may see it. But either way, a white corner is coming to the NFL, and that's like seeing a dinosaur.
I know.
The last white corner in the NFL, like full-time corner, was Jason Sehorn.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Is he still married to Angie Harmon?
I don't know if they're together.
What a couple they were.
I haven't seen either one of those people in years. Jason Sehorn was
He proposed to her on late night. I was watching it live. That was
Well,
odd.
You think she liked that?
I don't know. I think it was like Letterman or Leno. It was
that
very
thing
odd.
that thing was staged. She knew. You don't just go ask someone on David Letterman.
No,
to
he
marry him.
was married to her for 15 years. They divorced in 2016. He's now remarried. Oh no, that was his second wife. So he's single.
Oh,
ladies.
He's probably doing just fine.
Wonder how my girl Angie's doing.
My guess is she's doing
They
just
need
fine
to give her
too.
a call. Loved
Yeah,
her.
but that was the last time we had a white corner. And Cooper's the man, dude. I mean, if anyone's going to break it, Iowa football. But the white receiver, I mean, that's always been around. And yet we have to constantly like talk about the white slot receiver because God forbid you have a white outside receiver. No, we can only have him be scrappy and in the slot.
Angie Harmon, now 51.
Still looking good?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
What has she been up to?
I don't know. Modeling. She looks great. All right, we got a break because up next is Sports Guest. We will talk to Jeremy Fowler, who writes about the NFL for ESPN. He was part of the Bill Belichick is blackballed piece.
Yep.
And we'll look ahead to the draft. Bo Nix, Michael Penix.
By the way, was he blackballed or is he just an ass that people don't want to hire?
Yeah, well, you can ask him. Next on The Fan.
It's the Vancouver 4.
All right, in the news coming up next, it's time for sports guest, though. ESPN NFL scribe Jeremy Fowler wrote about Bill Belichick recently, along with Don Vanata on ESPN. We'll get to the draft in a moment, but Jeremy joining us now here on The Fan. Mr. Fowler, how are you?
Hey, doing great. Thanks for having me.
So Robert Kraft told Arthur Blank of the Falcons not to trust Bill Belichick. Why?
Well, he basically relayed that he felt that Belichick was untrustworthy, as it was told to us. But that sort of had been a theme for a while. They had their run-ins, and it was quoted in our story that Robert Kraft has basically relayed privately that you'll never have a warm conversation with Bill Belichick. So even though they had great success together, and I don't think it was a situation, nor are we reporting that Robert Kraft was purposely sabotaging Bill Belichick's coaching ability or his coaching prospects. But Arthur Blank, Falcons owner, and Robert Kraft are very close. They speak with candor, and when Kraft speaks with candor about Belichick, there's a certain tone involved.
Well, I know a lot of people were upset about that, and we're trying to say that this is some sort of witch hunt and he's being blackballed. But isn't it? I thought about this the moment he was let go there in New England. I said, he's not going to coach again. He's 72 years old. And is there anyone that thinks that Bill Belichick is easy to work with? The only reason, to me, you get away with it is because of the unprecedented success. But is there anyone that thinks that Bill's a great guy to work with?
Well, a great guy to work with is probably relative, right? I've talked to people who work with him who feel like he's probably misunderstood. He's open to new ideas. They just have to be good ideas. And he is open to working with other people and probably would like the relief of having a personnel department with a true GM, which Atlanta had. So I think he was open with working with Falcons GM Terry Fontenot. So, there's some layers there, but it's, certainly he's not easy to work for. The Patriots way is sort of damaged. It had 4 rough years, and it's not an easy place to play because a lot's demanded. It's not an easy place to coach. A lot's demanded, but it's in the name of finding results and winning, and that's really all Belichick cares about.
So typically with greatness in sports, we like to ignore or whitewash flaws. We say, well, yeah, he was tough, or he was a hard ass, but oh man, 6 rings and like you said, the Belichick way. With Belichick though, it seems like it's the opposite, where we are ignoring how great he was, and he's now become this awful human who we just want to highlight how destructive he was. And I don't really understand why we're piling on Belichick so much. Was he just that bad? And can you detail why you think that is what we're doing with Belichick?
Well, it's timing. It's the fact that he's coming off some really rough years. It's the offense that became a major issue late in his Patriots tenure. It's really some of the personnel choices that probably speak to ego a little bit, like having Matt Patricia run your offense when he was a longtime defensive coach, which, actually should be pointed out that the Patriots offense in 2022 was better than 2023 when they had Bill O'Brien. But he just sort of became an easy target because it's easy to say, well, Tom Brady was such a catalyst for the success there. But that is short-sighted. History's going to remember him as arguably the greatest coach of all time. And, just really, I think it's a different conversation if he was 63 years old. But the fact that he's in his 70s made it difficult for teams.
Yeah, I remember in the piece you pointed out that, in order to kind of have Bill in there, you kind of have to tear everything down and rebuild it Bill's way. And does anyone want to tear something down for what will probably be a 2 to 3 year run? Because you don't coach when you're 76 years old.
Yeah, and that's what teams are weighing. I look at the Chargers. They wanted Jim Harbaugh. They had zeroed in on him pretty early, but they considered that Belichick wasn't going to be able to coach long term, and they wanted stability there for, say, a decade. Teams covet that. They don't like to make coaching changes. So he needs to go somewhere where he can be a contender. Or where you got a couple years that he can try to get it done and get out. Philadelphia made a lot of sense if they were to have opened. They obviously held on to Nick Sirianni. he would have made some sense there. Dallas, same thing. If that opens next year, that could be an opening for him. It's got to be the right fit.
Do you think we'll see him coach again?
I actually think there's a decent chance with it. You're going to have a lot of teams or a lot of franchises that could have a head coach opening that have a lot of history, and he values history. Like Chicago comes to mind potentially, Dallas, a few others. Like there could be some jobs that are attractive to him, and maybe a year away from the game will actually help and enhance his candidacy and his attractiveness.
That's what I was going to say. I was wondering, like, what would change because he wasn't close to any job. I mean, it sounded like, again, from your piece that, people talk about the Atlanta job, but they said that he was not in anyone's top 3 in any of the decision makers in Atlanta. So if he wasn't really close to any job, what would really change next year where an older Bill, who will be going into 74 years old, where someone decides that's that, which you don't see. I don't even know who the oldest coach in the history of the NFL is, but I'm guessing not many 74-year-olds get hired.
Correct. It's going to be tricky. I mean, it's something you'd have to sell to your ownership, and you'd have to have a plan for, almost a succession plan. So, that's an issue, certainly. But, the man can coach, and he works long hours and has pretty recently. It's not like he had lost his edge. So he's still got the ability to get it done. I think he's in relatively good shape. So there's certainly a team out there that could make it work for 3 or 4 years.
This is ESPN's Jeremy Fowler with us here on The Fan. You have spoken with scouts and executives across the NFL. Can you outline how you think the top 3, 4, or 5 quarterbacks, who they are and in what order they'll go in the draft?
Well, I do think that Caleb Williams will be 1, Jaden Daniels will be 2, and I think there's a pretty good chance Drake May is the 3rd pick. He seems to be the most coveted option. Maybe they can get wowed by a trade. Somebody can swoop in there and get him. But, that's sort of the feeling right now. And then J.J. McCarthy, the Michigan quarterback, would be sort of the wild card. Does he go 4? Does he go 11 or 12? There could be a lot shaken out there. So, but that's the early sense right now.
What do you hear? Like the McCarthy thing is interesting because going into the year, not much was thought about him even being a first-round pick. The numbers don't wow you, but you win a championship at Michigan. Sometimes doing stuff, sometimes handing the ball off. What is McCarthy a universal sort of pick, or is it more of a niche thing where a couple teams have fallen in love with him?
Probably a niche thing. I mean, I think it depends on what you value, but he's kind of considered a cut below those others for the most part. Kind of like he's not quite tier 3, but he's kind of in between tier 2 and tier 3.
What are you
right
hearing
behind Drake May? So,
what are you hearing most about Bo Nix from scouts and front office people?
Well, certainly he has a chance to go in the first round. There's a chance that 6 quarterbacks go in round 1, which would be first time since the early 80s. But he's got that coach's son vibe that players, coaches and players are going to love. True gamer, athletic. He can throw it on time. The issue I kept hearing from teams is that, does he freeze up a little bit in big moments when, the picture changes on the defense and you got to read the coverage and make a good decision. Sometimes he struggles with that. But certainly a guy who seems to be catching on with some momentum a little bit leading into Thursday.
What about Penix compared to Nix? Is Penix more popular amongst the people you're talking with?
I would say slightly. Not much, though, but slightly. He's probably quarterback number 5. That's my guess.
Okay.
And then Nix would be right behind him, but it's close.
And what are they? What is the? Well, I guess the positives. What are the positives, and then the drawbacks of Penix?
Well, I would say the drawbacks are age and injury. He's going on 25 years old and has injuries pretty much every year. But teams I talked to are mostly comfortable with that, with the injury part, So certainly he's a very skilled passer, maybe the best pure thrower in the entire draft or close to it. So he's got a good chance to go round 1.
Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, we appreciate your time. Enjoy the draft. Thank you.
Hey, anytime, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, see you. Oh, Bill. Don't you feel like people are piling on Bill?
Yes, I do.
It's really wild to me.
I do think people are piling on.
Because usually with greatness, we just, like I was explaining, we just we ignore all the bad. We're like, oh man, this guy was so great, and here's why. But yeah, he's a little heavy-handed. But with Bell, it's like the opposite. It's so odd.
Yep. I said it when he got fired. I don't think he coaches again. I think it's a pipe dream next year. Go read that article. I think there's a really well laid out case for why he didn't get hired. Everything from people not believing that he can work well with others, and it's one thing to say, oh, no, I can change my ways. But if you've done one thing your entire life and you've done it really, really well, and you are just a hard ass about it, and you're now at 72, 73 years old, you know how hard it is for people to believe that you're actually going to change? Because you can say all you want that you're willing to work with someone until you actually have to work with someone. It's like when someone in the NBA says, I want to be coached hard. Remember when the Blazers were talking about that? No, we want to be coached hard. And then the first time someone does it, they're like, well, I don't like this. So between his age, the style, the fact that most people believe that he's only in it to win 15 more games, get Shula's record, and then walk away. The last 4 years have been a disaster under him. I just think all of these reasons, I just think he's fallen out of favor. And whether it's Tom Landry or Pete Carroll, I don't care who you are. Don Shula, it ends. At some point, you just can't do it anymore. And I don't think that you will ever see Bill on the sidelines again.
Well, it is true. I mean, Carroll's not getting another job. I mean, and he's about the same age.
Yes.
And had much more success in recent years. And that's not weird to anybody. So
no, and is more adaptive to change than Bill is.
But I do think Fowler's right when he says, if he's 63 years old, this is a different conversation.
Exactly. But he's not. He's like 73. And
all right.
I don't know. To me, in a league that's increasingly, when you look at the coaches that are being hired, who's the ones that people want? They want young, energetic, offensive-minded guys. Young, energetic, offensive-minded, I couldn't come up with three things that describe Bill less than those three things. So, I don't know. It feels like if I'm the Dallas Cowboys, I'm the Philadelphia Eagles, hiring Bill just seems like a desperate, grasp at relevancy. Yeah, we're not good enough to win, but, well, a decade ago, Bill was really good in New England with Tom Brady and went on this run. So what the hell? I'll just grab him with no other components to that Patriot organization and let's just see where this goes. It just seems like a terrible idea to me.
We've got a follow-up to the Amber Alert we all got this morning.
I know.
Pretty wild story.
Oh, yeah.
And we will kick off the news with that next. Here's Buck.
This is Draft Week
Please be seated or stand.
Yeah,
It's
whatever you-
okay.
yeah.
However you'd like to consume your
Walk
news.
around, however.
Did you guys get the Amber Alert this morning?
Yes.
Oh, wait. I'll get to that in a second. It is School Bus Drivers Day.
Oh, go school bus drivers.
Well, I think I don't know why you'd ever want to be a school bus driver.
Couldn't tell you. Everyone that I ever had was just a nasty, angry person, and I don't blame them.
But those that do it, shout out to you. I tip my little golf cap to you.
I just remember, like, every one of our bus drivers just being a miserable old cuss. And again, I can't even fault them anymore. Imagine having that job, especially with today's kids. It's no good.
I mean, is the pay good?
I think so. I think it does all right. Well, like city bus drivers get paid well. Like the C-Tran guys or gals. Mine was always some old lady who just hated kids, which I always thought was fascinating.
They probably didn't hate kids.
They grew to hate kids.
Yeah. When you're around kids, you become spiteful.
Especially those kids. You know, I
they're
don't
awful.
blame them. You imagine, you remember what you were like on a bus? I was terrible.
I was great.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
I don't cause
I
problems.
was a little rat punk kid in the back of the bus like everyone else.
It is also English Language Day.
Ooh, speak good.
So learn your English.
Do it. Or in this case,
the greatest language in the world.
Learn other languages. It's beneficial.
So you guys, we did have an Amber Alert today.
Yes.
Woke up to it on my iPhone. And it was a situation where they were looking for a 1-year-old boy.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, he was abducted
Yeah.
by, I believe, his father.
Who was a former Yakima police officer.
Yes.
It's a former badge.
He's 39-year-old man by the name of Elias Huizar.
He was.
Huizar?
He was named that.
So he's the one that, so he killed his ex-wife outside an elementary school in West Richland. And then as police searched his home, they found, or when they went in to search his home, they found another person dead, and that was his girlfriend. So he killed both of them and then took the boy and darted south.
Yeah, people thought he might be heading to Old Mexico.
Could have been headed to Mexico. That would stand to reason. He was spotted in Portland at a plaid pantry in Jansen Beach this morning. He bought an energy drink. And then just north of Eugene, police spotted him today driving down I-5, and he got in a little chase, and he ended up killing himself. And the boy is fine. They got the boy out of the car, and it's all over.
Yeah, we're good. So
there you go.
Well, I mean, we got
wild story.
Well, and you got a trail of bodies, and the poor kid, 1 year old. Hopefully, he doesn't remember any of this.
Yeah, I wonder how that affects a 1-year-old boy.
I don't know.
You know?
Don't know.
Hopefully, a lot of that gets blocked out, and that's not.
It's just
you
not
hope
even...
that's not making an impression, but I don't know how that all works.
Well, and like, dude, it's just this guy. At one point, he was a cop, and then he had a
Yeah.
kid with a gal who I think was 16 at the time, and
he raped a girl. He was supposed to be in court Monday.
Yeah.
For raping a girl.
Yeah,
a teen.
It might have been. I think it was statutory, but yeah, it was rape. You know, it's
it was a friend. Well, it was a friend of his. So his girlfriend was only 17.
Yeah,
and it was a friend of his girlfriend. Apparently, she caught him assaulting her at their home.
I used to assume that when I saw the rape charge, I assumed that it was for the statutory because he was having a kid with a gal who was 17, which means he were 16 when they were pregnant.
He was sexually assaulting the 16-year-old friend of the 17-year-old girlfriend.
Good Lord.
Lots of issues here.
Can I say then, outside of the horrible tragedy of the loss of life, himself, and he shot himself, it looks like. Good. Thanks for coming. Bye.
Terrifying that man was a cop.
I know, right?
Yeah, just dating teenagers like it's a normal thing to do. Disgusting.
Well, at least he saved us all the trial, and he's dead. Like, the world is a better place today with him gone, but you just feel horrible that...
Problem is, two of those women are too.
Yes. That's the real sad part. And again, hopefully there's some family that can help that little 1-year-old, and hopefully there's no memory of this, and it's going to be an awkward conversation when that kid gets older and explaining what the hell happened to mom and dad.
Now to brighter news.
Yeah, we do need some brighter news.
They rescued a cow.
Oh, that's good.
Video's pretty wild. Cow rescue news. This was in Mist?
Was the cow awesome? Was there an Amber Alert for the cow? Did someone
A lot of
kidnap the
them.
cow? Or what did the cow
Quicksand, dude.
Quicksand?
No, I'm just kidding.
What?
A team of firefighters pulled a 1,700-pound cow named Ruby from a bog near Mist, Oregon on April 21.
That is kind of like quicksand.
It's
the
cow,
same sort of thing.
Yeah, the cow became trapped neck deep in mud.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with a bog. That's no good.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh yes. You think a bog's all fun and games until you sink it up to your neck. A bog may be scarier than quicksand.
Members of the Vernonia Rural Fire Protection District and Westport Fire and Rescue said, "We are utterly grateful." I get it.
I see what
I get it. Do you get it? Because cows have udders.
Yeah.
Utterly.
Can I say I love cows. I feel terrible that they're delicious, and I'm not going to stop eating them. But for the record, very much pro cow. Have you seen the mini cows out there now?
Cow's pretty rad.
I want a mini cow. I follow a bunch of mini cow like fan pages on Instagram.
So you're a mini cow content guy.
Oh, I love the mini
Nice.
cows. They're adorable. They're running around. Now I'm sure they're still delicious, so I try not to get too attached. But I'm sorry. You watch a little furry mini cow running around, your heartstrings will get pulled a little.
So this cow would have died. Ruby would have died a slow, painful, muddy death. Were it not for a donation of special animal technical rescue equipment that was donated to the department a few years ago.
Oh, what is special? What, like a?
Well, it's like a harness, that they can.
Like a crane?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, that's 1,700 pounds, man.
Yeah. You have to go to I don't know. I was trying to think of one of those handicapped chairs that they lift old people in and out of pools with.
Well, there's video of it. You can see there's 10. It takes about 10 of them to get Ruby out of there.
Was the cow happy after it was over?
Yeah.
Was the cow panicked? Or?
Well, the cow looks covered in mud and looks like death, basically.
Yeah.
But she did live and she is recovering. They are saying, but it doesn't. The video when they're laying the cow there, it looks pretty sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because anytime you're rescuing an animal, the problem is that the animal doesn't know what's going on. So a lot of times it's difficult because the cow is freaking out and it's kicking, and you got to be you got to be careful.
Timberline Lodge is back open.
Hell yeah, man.
After that big fire. Well, it wasn't really that big of a fire.
Big. They contained it.
But now they want your money.
To donate?
Yep.
Nah, I'm good.
Friends of Timberline, the nonprofit organization that helps maintain Mount Hood's historic Timberline Lodge, is requesting public donations to help pay for repairs after the attic fire that badly damaged the building's roof on the night of April 18th. Friends of Timberline manager Randy Black told Coin 6 that the nonprofit is hoping to raise $100,000.
Oh, well, to the ski bros. Look, I like Timberline Lodge as much as the next person, but should we play the fun game of last time I went to Timberline Lodge?
We can. I
don't know, 20?
Tell us.
15, 20? Oh, it's been a decade or two. So I will not be chipping in for the Timberline Lodge.
Just because you haven't been there in a while?
Well, why would I donate
Why don't you help out?
Why would I donate to something that I have no connection to and never go to?
You'll help out, man.
Nah, I'm good.
That won't cover all the damages.
Are you gonna help out?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
I've already sent him 1,000.
You're not gonna donate, neither is Buck.
No, I won't.
What? God, you guys are terrible.
Nah, we're.
I don't think I've ever been.
We're good.
Deal said, thank God they saved that cow. Now they can butcher it properly.
That's where I feel bad because I love the cows, but
Would you have chipped in to save the cow?
No.
Probably not.
Nah, come on.
Look,
there's a lot of cows out there.
We have to make decisions with where we're going to spend our money about what causes we donate to. And no offense, but one mischievous cow in the middle of a bog.
Not high on your list?
It's not high on the list.
No.
And neither is the roof at Timberline Lodge. Oh. Look, I don't want Timberline Lodge to go anywhere, but it's a historical place. It's not going anywhere. And I don't think $100,000 is making the difference of whether that thing closes or not. So, no. We got a lot of this, private businesses wanting public money. No.
Well, it's owned. So the Timberline Lodge is owned by the U.S. Forest Service.
Okay. Well, then,
but they have a private company that manages it.
Okay, well, then can we get the U.S.
So you're kind of already paying for it.
Well, yeah. So we're good.
You've already donated.
We're good here
with your tax dollars.
Yeah, I'm fine. No thanks.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't they?
Well, there's a little. Yeah.
Do they need to be? I mean,
no. Sorry, but if like my local Target needs a new roof, guess who's not paying for it? Me.
Why not?
Let the Target people deal with that. Now, if like
what about all the moms?
Now, if like mom and pop shop something, like if like my favorite bike repair shop in Vancouver, like I love that guy that fixes it. Rolling Right Bicycles, right down there in Vancouver. If that shop burns down, you know what? You got a couple bucks coming for me. But Timberline Lodge, nah.
Hey, I've got big bra news, guys. Ooh. You guys see all this big sports bra news?
Oh yeah.
Man.
Who would have thought that?
I know.
Well, we did because we were big.
We called it.
We called it. We said this thing was going to be huge.
Yeah, the sports bra has been a hit. And next up is world domination.
Hell yeah.
That story next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation. Online at windownation.com.
Ty, what's the likelihood of Kawhi playing Game 2?
He's going to go through practice today, and we'll see.
And what will he do in practice? Will he get contact?
We're not doing contact.
Basketball movements?
Basketball movements.
What? Tyronn Lue. I don't know. I couldn't hear it.
Look,
something about Kahai.
Yeah, maybe.
Kahai, if he goes to practice and goes through practice, they ask what would practice be like. He said no contact, some basketball movements.
Look, we talk a lot about guys that you can't rely on. Why isn't Kawhi Leonard right near the top of that list?
Should be at the top.
Exactly.
The Fans Window into Sports brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free now. Plus, pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years at windownation.com.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. We did the thing for years where we tried to entice ourselves into the idea that CJ and Dame can win at the highest level, and we didn't pick a path. We never got aggressive. That's what I'm most tired of as a fan. It's not just the rebuild. It's not the tanking. It's not just trading Dame. It's 10 years of wear and tear on my fandom. And if you want to get me back,
Have no news to report. But look, out of nowhere, much like a phoenix rising from the ashes of Timberline Lodge, the noted newsman has returned.
Was that break short?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
All right.
Sorry, man.
Well, I had to squirt. Your noted newsman is human, after all. Yeah, I was so hot and bothered by the sports bra news, I had to step out and gather myself.
Yeah.
Big news.
The sports bra runneth over.
The sports bra, the Portland area all...
Are you okay over there?
Well, I'm trying to... How do you describe this?
Well, it's a sports bra that plays... It's a sports bar that plays women's sports.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you got me.
Yeah, it plays all women's sport. Only women's sports?
Yes.
Like, can I get a...
No.
I can't.
No.
Could I go in there and ask for, like, the Rays game?
Get your ass thrown right out of there.
Tigers.
Now, to be fair to this, I have not been to the sports bra. Shameful of me, but I believe it is exclusive to women's sports, which I've always wondered, is there enough women's sports on to play the entire time on TV at the sports
Also,
bra?
like, what if all the ladies want to watch the Blazers game? Like, I mean, like, that
Right.
can't happen? Like, the Blazers have tons of female fans.
These are all good questions.
And maybe if one of us were to actually go to the sports bra,
We would have answer to these questions.
I don't even know where it is. Where is it? Where's the sports bra?
I don't know.
It says right there, we support women.
Well, we get that, but do you kind of support men too, or no?
No, you don't support them. The men don't need support, for God's sake.
I know, but if I wanted to watch it, I'm just asking. Oh, there it is. Broadway and 25th, looks like.
Sure.
I'm going to go there tomorrow.
You know how many times we have both said that we're going to go check out the sports bra? I feel like...
I'm going tomorrow.
And this is my thing, and I'm being dead serious. I'm not certain I'd be welcome into the sports bra. I'm afraid.
Well, is that another thing? Like, what is a group of dudes who walks in there?
I don't know.
What kind of reception
Do
do
they think
get?
I'm this there cruising for gals, or do they think I don't know.
Or do they automatically think you're there to stir up some kind of trouble? And is that something other
Right.
people have done?
Or do they just start hitting on us and grabbing our butts?
Maybe
And
that's
look,
it.
I am not just
Like we used to
I'm
them.
not just a piece of meat.
I know.
I have feelings.
But I think that's how they treat men in there. You know what the solution to that is? Touch our penises more often.
Oh, gosh. You know what? This show.
It's awful.
Be better. You can go
Well,
in there.
you're on it.
You can go in there and get the Title IX.
What? What is the Title IX? Can you read me the menu?
It's really small. It looks like the Title IX is it's like bourbon, peach liqueur, simple syrup, and something else. Mint maybe is the Title IX.
I had a really good.
There's a pickleball.
I had a really good peach old fash in Georgia.
Oh,
you know.
Yeah,
peach.
I can see that.
What's
By the way, you can also get the Power Snatch.
Are you serious?
100%.
This is what they're naming things out there?
The specialty cocktail is the 5678. I'm guessing that's Who Do We Appreciate.
Yeah.
You can get the Power Snatch,
Women.
the triple double,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Very, the KO, the Dawn Patrol, the Pickleball, the Cherry Picker, the Title IX, and the Goat.
What's the pickleball?
The Pickleball is dry gin, vermouth, and pickle juice.
Yeah, no thanks. So it's like a martini.
Yeah.
Dirty martini with pickle juice.
Pickle juice. But
well, the Sports Bra has announced plans to franchise and expand into other cities.
Yes.
The now iconic Portland destination made history in 2022 as the first women's sports bar that only televises women's sports. Jenny Nguyen, founder and CEO of the Sports Bra, said that they plan to bring the bar's concept across the country to continue their mission in supporting, empowering, and promoting women in sports.
Yeah. It's been a smashing success. Remember when the WNBA commissioner came and I think that was moderated by the Jenny gal that runs the Sports Bra.
They get a lot of coverage, so I've seen a lot of Jenny Nguyen interviews.
Yes.
She's fantastic.
Yes.
She knows what she's doing. Now, I wonder if this will work in other cities, though. You know?
Who knows? I mean, there were a lot of people.
It seems like a very Portland.
A lot of people didn't think it was going to work in Portland, and yet here we are, and it's figured out.
Well, would you jump on a franchise of the Sports Bra? I guess you can't, can you?
I don't know if they.
I mean, do they have to be owned by women? What if you and I put together a bid?
I don't know.
For a franchise.
Why don't we bring Jenny on the program and ask these very questions?
I'd like to talk to her.
Yeah.
I can reach out.
I remember when this launched, there were a lot of people that were mocking this thing and being like, oh my God, women's sports, this thing will be open a month. And we both were like, who the hell? I had no idea. But I've heard from multiple people that when they go in there, that it's packed.
Yeah.
That it's killing it.
Well, I love this. And I'm happy for them.
Yes.
And I love sports. And I love bras.
It really is.
So I love the sports
and I
bra.
love the Power Snatch. So all of these things.
God, that's...
What?
I know.
Why can't I love that cocktail? Why does that
Did
make
you say what that cocktail is?
The The power snatch is this menu is so small. I need to.
Well, we've got something to talk to Jenny about.
Well, I think it's just the computer.
Us olds.
I need it.
Do you now go into Buckley probably doesn't have this, but do you have it where you go into a restaurant and you have to either get your glasses out or light it up by your phone?
Oh, 100%.
The menu.
Not yet, but I'm getting there.
You're getting there, yeah.
So the power snatch is coconut fat washed mezcal, agave, orange bitters, mole bitters, and orange garnish.
Fat washed mezcal?
Fat washed.
What
The
is
best
that?
part is I just look on my phone now and then blow it up with my camera.
Yeah, that's
like
a way to do it.
It's like a magnifying glass. Yeah, that's the
That
power.
sounds actually pretty good.
That's the see.
Although the coconut, what?
It's coconut fat washed mezcal.
Coconut mezcal? That's kind
no,
of weird.
coconut fat washed mezcal. Look, don't you question the power snatch, all right? Just embrace it. I like that makes you uncomfortable. Me, though, being a confident male, I am not intimidated by the power snatch.
What if they start another one and they call it the sports bar, and it's men, and you watch male sports?
No one's ever done this.
And that's just fun wordplay because bar and bra are the same word
Right.
almost.
What do you do then? I mean, what if they make more money?
Oh.
Good times.
Well, you know what? In all seriousness, go sports
Yes, we are supporters of the sports bra.
Yes.
Great concept, and I think it's awesome that they're expanding, and hopefully it works in other cities.
Yeah, someone said they're going to get that feminist greeting card store that will franchise as well.
Yeah, what was that called?
God, that was the one.
That was in the
It was
airport.
going into the new airport.
It
and
was awesome. I
and
don't remember the name of it.
It was handmade feminist. There
What's
was
the name of that?
Stationary.
Stationary.
I thought they were greeting cards.
They are. It's
Yeah.
it's like greeting cards, but they're like handmade, all with a feminist theme. It was It almost seemed like we were doing a Portlandia bit.
Paper epiphanies.
Yes.
There you go.
God bless this city that we love.
All right. There is in the news, April 23, 2024. The Hot 5 at 5 is coming up next on The Fan. Oh, hey, what's up? Got to tell you about Window Nation. It's April, almost to the end of April, believe it or not. So this deal won't last long, or much longer anyway, at Window Nation, where you can buy 2 windows and get 2 free. That's what they are offering this month at Window Nation. Can save you a lot of money if you need new windows on your house. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and that deal is unlimited. So no matter how many windows you need, you can get 2 freebies for every 2 you buy. And 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months. It's Rop and Sook. I am your sports bro, Isachi.
Excited.
And Big Sook's right over there.
Right here.
Excited.
We've got Ryan Buckley at the helm over there. Well, I had to squirt.
Oh, gosh. Just gets worse and worse.
It does. It never ends, does it?
No, it doesn't. The show will never grow up. It's despicable.
Coming up this hour, our NFL draft Doritos. And
I can't tell the last time I had Doritos, and that's a shame.
Me neither.
I missed it. And now they're terrible for you. Like, you can actually use Doritos. This is all you need to know about how bad they are. You know, Doritos are one of the best fire starters that you can find.
Fire starters?
Yeah.
Really?
What do you mean?
Like if you're camping.
Like kindling?
For kindling, Doritos are an
Really?
amazing fire starter.
Get to the end of the bag, put some Dorito dust out there, you're good to go.
They're super flammable, and like they'll keep the flame going a while to catch whatever. So in a pinch, you can throw a couple Doritos down and light them, and then you realize that's what you're.
That's why they taste so damn good.
Edible kindling. Novel concept.
We wonder why, like, we all have autism and diabetes and every other disease that we're just shoveling God knows what into our face.
I love Doritos. I, too, haven't had them in a long time because I'm trying to be healthier. But I will say, Doritos is one of those things where once you really wean off of them and you haven't had them, and then you eat them for the first time in a long time, they are disgusting.
Yeah. That way, there's a lot of stuff that's
like that.
That is like that.
Yeah.
Most fast food is like that.
Yeah. The other night, it was one of those days where we had kind of had a late breakfast. So no one had eaten anything, and it was late night, and people were getting hungry. And we ended up going to get some like spicy nuggies, like a drive-through style. Oh my God.
From where?
Well, I don't want to call anyone out, but we got some.
Well, they're all terrible.
They're all terrible. So we ended up going to Wendy's. Ooh. So we got some spicy nuggets. And I kid you not, for like the next day to day and a half, everyone was like, oh my God, my stomach. Like, you just heading to the toilet.
Yeah.
You felt like crap. And we're like, why?
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 Yeah.
We got like, it was like 10 at night. It was the only thing open. We got spicy nuggets and like an orange Frosty. And it was awful.
Every once in a while, you have to remind yourself why.
Yeah.
You know?
What are we doing?
It's really how it works.
And then you realize there's people that eat that 6-7 times a week. And you're like,
it's crazy.
Should not do that.
You didn't get the Dave sing, go Dave sing, go order in the app.
No,
you didn't get that?
No. Although we did get the again when I
Get
rocked
it
up there. Are you at the drive-thru? Are you using the app? No, I'm at the drive-thru. Why would I use an app when I'm talking to you? That seems like
don't they want you to order from the app and then pick it up in the drive-thru?
But I'm at the I get it, but I'm at the drive-in. Like, why? What do you mean?
I think they're just trying to train you.
But I'm there.
Monkey.
I'm there. I don't need an app. I'm talking to you.
They want you on their app.
But why when I'm there?
Because they can send you more notifications to come to their restaurant and say, get some stuff for free, a.k.a. buy more stuff here.
Drives me crazy.
Well, you probably drive them crazy.
Really? By ordering my
You've been 86th.
My late night nuggies and my one orange
Especially
Frosty?
now that you talk crap on them.
And by the way, I was coming from seeing a movie, worst movie I've seen in like 10 years.
What movie's that?
Civil War. Hunk.
Who's in it?
Of crap.
Oh, Civil War. That's the one we talked about where.
Yeah, I was excited. It was like I actually wanted to go see it in the theaters. Oh my God, save your money. Hunk of crap.
I hoped that was good.
It is so bad. You would think a movie called Civil War would be about Civil War, but it's not. It's about 3 photographers that by the 20-minute mark in the movie, you all want to die. Every one of them. It is so stupid. And it tries to be shocking to be clever, and it's not. It's ridiculous, and it's just, I want my money back.
My girl Kirsten Dunst is in that.
I want her, within 10 minutes, you're like, please die. Please just hurry up and die.
A very underrated actor, Jesse Plemons.
Which one?
I love him.
He's the guy.
He's the ginger from Breaking Bad, and he was also in the second season of Fargo. He was in Friday Night Lights. He was Landry in Friday Night Lights.
Just look him up.
Kind of a ginger moonface kid.
Yeah,
but,
you'll see him.
He's good.
Yeah, he's good in everything he's in.
He's in Killers of the Flower Moon too.
Oh, he's terrible in this. Like, no, he plays a genocidal maniac. Like he's super racist and he kills people that aren't white.
Oh, I thought you meant like he's a terrible actor.
No.
He's usually pretty good.
Yeah, he's briefly in it, and there's a scene that again that's used for drama where if you're not what, then we kill you because you're not a real American. It is just so whatever. Do not go see it. Save your money.
All right, we've got NFL Draft Doritos, the return of Derek Dooley to the college football lexicon, and coming up tonight in the club, are we trying too hard to be better? Right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Well, the Mariners about to get underway in Texas, set with the first place Rangers, although the M's just a half game back in a critical series.
Is there a critical series 20 games into the year?
It'll be Gilbert against Dunning.
That entire division is the definition of meh.
So far. Quarterback Jake Browning gets a new 2-year deal in Cincinnati. He has earned the right to remain the backup to Joe Burrow for your Bengals.
He did a fine job stepping in for Burrow last year.
He definitely did.
Yes.
Kind of shocking, too.
Yes.
It's like,
and he got better. He looked terrible at first, and then he wasn't terrible, which is nice to see.
Yeah. Good for him. I believe the winningest quarterback in Pac-12 history.
I think you're right.
And will never be beaten because, well, there is no more Pac-12.
Number 4.
Caitlin Clark's Nike deal said to be worth upwards of $28 million over 8 years.
So that's $72,000 salary from the WWE. $76,000.
Well, no, it's 76 in the final year. So I think 72
I think it's 72 to start. So Caitlin Clark.
They bump her up.
Really splitting hairs
they
here.
Bump her up, baby. Yeah. You get a little pay bump. Cost of living. Yeah, it turns out she's doing just fine.
Yeah, she'll also get her own signature shoe.
Yeah, everyone's mad, though, because the only people now that have signature shoes in the NBA are whites. So we have to be very angry. Everything's divisive. Sabrina has one, she has one, and someone else. But I'm not sure.
Former Stanford starter Brandon...
I looked this up earlier. It's Angel.
Angel, okay. Well, it is spelled Angel, but I thought maybe it could be...
It could be on Hell.
Yeah. Brandon Angel announces that he is committed to transfer to the Oregon Ducks.
Hey!
This is men's basketball. This will be his 5th and final season of eligibility. 6'8", 240 from San Diego.
Is he any good?
Probably.
Stanford's second leading scorer last year, 13 points a game. Adds some, he'll be a rotation guy. He'll be front court depth as well.
All right.
How about that?
I like it. I like the detailed report.
Does that tickle you?
Well, I don't care about Ducks basketball, but if
Does
I
that
did,
tickle your little taint?
If I did, it'd give me a little.
U.S. Justice Department has settled with the over 100 victims of former Team USA gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar.
For a butt ton of cash.
Yeah, they agreed to pay the victims $138.7 million.
Yeah. Good for them.
This is for failures related to the FBI's inaction on the case. In all, there are 168 Nassar survivors. Just last year, you may be delighted to know that Nassar, who is serving 165 years in prison, was stabbed multiple times by another inmate.
Yeah, that does make me feel pretty good. I think it's called Athlete X is the documentary on him. I think that's what it's called. It's on Netflix, and it will infuriate you because they should have caught this son of a bitch years and years and years ago. And collectively, we all were like,
yeah, he was allowed to. He had child porn charges too. Like, dude, that guy. And he was allowed to operate for many, many years.
Yes, in plain sight.
Yeah.
He would do a thing where he would tell his gymnast that he needed to internally massage them with no gloves on. And people were like, oh,
I don't think we needed that detail.
He works in mysterious ways.
JJ Redick interviewing for the vacant Charlotte Hornets coaching position. Yes, that JJ Redick.
With no coaching experience?
Podcaster and NBA head coach JJ Redick?
Yeah, they're trying to find the next Steve Kerr.
Yeah, why not?
Who was not even a podcaster.
No. Steve Kerr was...
But he was an analyst.
Yeah, there you go. Well, we've seen it. I mean, it worked for Steve Kerr, so why not JJ Redick? People do really like JJ Redick. They think he's a smart guy.
The NBA is investigating Nikola Jokic's brother for throwing a punch at a fan after last night's game.
The police-
Denver police are also investigating.
Lots of people investigating the Jokic brothers. Yeah, you can't do that.
How many brothers are there?
There's at least 2 of them.
2 extras besides Nikola?
Yeah. He's got his 2 brothers that are always milling around, looking like a little Serbian death squad. They look very, very European, by the way. And then the dad's he's like a giant police officer over there.
2 brothers, Strahinja and Nemanja.
Yeah.
Which one's in Trubs?
I think Strahinja.
Yeah. They look like villains from a John Wick movie.
They certainly do.
Home teams 12-0 thus far in the NBA playoffs. We've got 3 games tonight. Timberwolves, game 2 against the Suns. Right now, Minnesota is up 22-21 at the end of the first quarter. Pacers, Bucks, 5:30. Mavs, Clips at 7. On the ice, Rangers lead the Capitals 2-1 in the second.
2-2.
That is, it's 2-2. And then that is game 2. And then game 2, Panthers, Lightning. It is all Florida, 2-0.
Yeah, it turns out
in the first.
I know you know this, but the Florida Panthers really good.
I do know that.
They were in the Cup Finals last year.
They skate.
They do skate
really well.
Got a couple of Sams that are really good. I know you're a big fan of Sam hockey players.
And they protect that red line that Isaac is.
The red line. Nobody talks about the red line. No. It's all the other color lines. But I'm telling you,
no one talking about the 50-yard line.
Yeah, Rapa's out with the damn blue.
The red line
now.
Is key.
The red line. Yeah, the red line and the trapezoid is where Asachi makes his hockey takes known. Then we got the Avalanche Jets tonight, and then the nightcap, the Predators, the Canucks.
Victorico's Mexican food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victoricos.com. Let's get to our NFL Draft Doritos coming up next on The Fan.
The Fan merch locker is now open.
So we were talking about that Suns Timberwolves game tonight. Before we get to the NFL, I just, I was reporting the score. It was like 22-21 at the end of the first quarter. So low scoring. I saw that 10 of 16 teams the last 2 days were held under 100 points. And, we know that the NBA basically mid-season said, whoa, on all the scoring. We've got to let defenses have some way to stop these guys. And so they started just enforcing different rules on the books and making it it's certainly a more physical game.
Yeah.
Because they're letting defenses get away with more. Do you like that as part of our NBA playoff?
Yeah, I hate I hate the whistle all the time. I hate that. I don't want to go back to 93 New York Knicks ball, but I don't need it to be 140 to 132.
Yeah, it seems they've done a pretty good job of, and it's been reported on, but it's kind of been stealth how they sort of just they got with their officials and said, we need to recalibrate this. And it's actually worked out quite well.
Well, I don't know about you, but especially in playoff time and like big possessions, I like watching people play. Like it's fun to watch teams play defense.
Because some of these guys are so good offensively now, you can't stop them.
No.
You have to be able to body them.
Yes.
In order to stop them.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I think it's better. And I don't mind the 98-94 final. I have no problem with that.
No, not at all. Like I said, I don't want something played in the 80s. But yeah, what's happening here? Again, 97 to 99, 104 to 101. Let's go. I think that's a nice mixture.
Yeah, I think they said once they addressed this, scoring went down by about 7 a game.
Yeah. Well,
that was like mid-season.
Yeah, I think they've done a nice job so far. The playoffs, it's a small sample size. I think the playoffs have been fine.
All right, you got a boner for the draft?
I don't know if I have a full on yet, but yeah, it's getting there. I'm intrigued. I sneaky think that these quarterbacks are going to suck.
All of them?
I don't know about all of them, but I think we're going to have another draft where we get a lot of hype and there's not a ton to it. I really do.
Really?
Because I think there's just a lot of stretch right now. I mean, obviously, Caleb Williams, we've been talking about for a couple years, this generational player. I'm not sold on Jaden Daniels at all. I think Drake May is the definition of a reach. Again, hasn't been that productive, but I haven't seen, all 22 on him. I'm not a McCarthy guy at all. I think Penix and Nix are intriguing, but I don't necessarily think that they're top 15 players. But I just think there's going to be this big run on quarterbacks. And when this is all said and done, I think we're going to look back at this class and give it a collective meh.
A lot of people like Daniels.
Yeah.
Been hearing a lot about him recently.
I am not a huge Jaden Daniels guy. So we shall see. Again, but to be fair,
Caleb's going to be good.
It's not like I'm watching all 22. I'm not doing deep dives in any of this. I don't think these are generational prospects. And I think people are talking about it like, I think sometimes we make more out of quarterback drafts simply because we want to talk about quarterbacks. And I think this is one of those drafts where there's nothing wrong with these guys, but we're acting like, oh my God, like you can't pass on one of them. Why not? On any given draft, like this isn't the only one that you really hear people are like, oh my God, is Caleb Williams. The rest of it, I think it's talking yourself into it because you need a quarterback.
And we're off this idea that the Bears will do anything but draft Caleb Williams.
They're drafting Caleb Williams.
They're smart.
Yeah, don't outthink the room. But, to those others, I'd have no problem moving down in the draft.
Because teams will trade up.
Yes.
There was a report today that one team already tried to trade up to number 2.
Yeah.
And that was the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yes.
Denied by the commies, who apparently are locked into Jaden Daniels.
That's what it seems like. They're
so we're going to have Caleb with Chicago, Daniels with Washington. We had Jeremy Fowler on earlier. He was saying May likely to the Patriots.
Yep.
If they don't trade. See, I could see the Patriots trading down.
And you keep hearing yesterday that they were taking calls about that number 3 pick, that they'd be willing to take it, and that particularly the Vikings may want it. Because I guess, was it McCown used to coach May in high school?
Yes, he was his high school coach. And then you have Arizona and the Chargers both sitting there at 4 and 5 that don't need quarterbacks.
Dude, the Cardinals, I got to tell you, man, and look, you know me, I don't have a whole lot of draft prep here. I just wait and see who guys pick or who teams pick, but I was looking at just the overall number of picks that each team has. The Cardinals, who already have their quarterback, say what you will about Kyler Murray, but they have their quarterback,
Yes,
and they like their new young coach. They have 6 picks in the top 100 of this draft.
Well,
and they've got a pick in the top 5 that, or it's 5th, right?
4th. Cards.
Oh, yeah,
number 4
they're
overall.
4. Yeah, they got a pick in the top 5 that everybody wants.
Yeah.
Like, dude, the Cardinals, we always talk about the Texans and how quickly they turn things around. The Cardinals, watch out in the NFC West if they can have a good draft here.
They have a new GM, too.
They
Because
do,
it's not
yeah.
Keim anymore, right?
Keim got out.
No,
They got rid of him.
They got everybody.
So I guess this is a draft you see what that GM's made of, because
But
that sets up nice.
No, it's true. But their owner is low key one of the worst in sports. But still, I mean, they've positioned themselves nicely. You know, to put it in perspective, the Cardinals have 6 picks in the top 100. The Seahawks have 2.
Well,
I mean, that's a big deal. The Seahawks pick 16th,
and
they don't pick again until 81st.
And this is the beauty of the NFL, is that when you hit on a draft, and we've seen drafts where you can find 5 starters in it, and when you have one of those, and you've got Kyler Murray, if Kyler Murray bounces back, so Arizona, I would assume Arizona and the Chargers are both prime position to move back, because neither one needs a quarterback, and seemingly there's going to be a run on these. There's going to be a run on these quarterbacks.
Yeah, the Chargers, didn't Harbaugh already come out and say he wants offensive line help?
Yeah. But
no secret there.
Well, but like, if you're sitting there at 5 and someone wants to move up to grab JJ McCarthy, I'm sure, let's say Minnesota at 11, would Harbaugh have a problem moving back from 5 to 11? And maybe you don't get Joe Alt, but maybe you get the second, offensive tackle taken off the board. And maybe you still do get Joe Alt there at 11. Dude, there's going to be like, think about it. You could have a quarterback go 1 through 5 if things shake out your way and you end up with a bunch of trades.
Yeah.
And every year we do this with quarterbacks, and how many of these guys pan out? I'm just,
we'll see.
And I don't think that these are generational prospects. Every one of these guys has something that makes me a little like hold my nose, including Caleb Williams, by the way. As great as Caleb Williams is, there is a lot to not like about him. So I just think this is as unsure a quarterback class for potentially 6 of these guys going in the first round as I've seen. The ones that seemingly, I think the receivers and skill position guys like tight ends, there seems to be some real studs in this draft. And then kind of the sleeper of it is, you may get to 9, 10, or 11 before we see a defensive player go off the board.
Who's the top defensive guy?
I mean, that depends on who you're talking to. Like,
I'm talking to Big Sook.
Well, I've seen a lot of Dallas Turner coming off the board, the edge rusher. I've seen a lot of Byron Murphy, the defensive lineman out of Texas. A lot of people really like the corner Quentin Mitchell out of Toledo. Other people like the corner Arnold out of Alabama. And that's kind of the weird thing, is like, there isn't a consensus defensive player that's like the overall guy. So, in a draft, if you're looking for defensive help, you're going to find some defensive guys that are going to get bumped down this list simply because of the run on offensive tackles, the run on quarterbacks, and the run on receivers.
When's the white corner from Iowa going to go?
He'll go in the first round.
Who's going to take him? Where's the buzz?
It would be the greatest fit of all time, but I've seen a lot of with the Green Bay Packers taking the white corner. At number 25, which would be the greatest thing ever, because he can play safety and corner.
Yeah,
and,
I can see it.
And Green Bay is moving to a 4-3, so they talked about how much they value versatility and they would like safeties, and they signed Xavier McKinney to a big deal to play safety. And a lot of people think that Cooper could be one of those guys that moves between the slot and the safety. And so if he's there at 25, a lot of people like him going to Green Bay.
It's crazy how many of these guys have now played for multiple teams. You remember that, it used to be like, well, I was thinking of Joe Burrow, he was at Ohio State. Yep. Nobody ever remembers that.
Yeah.
But it was a knock on him. It's like, oh, what happened with him at Ohio State? Is he reliable? Now you've got all these guys that, well, not all, a lot of them have played at multiple schools.
Yes.
It's crazy how times have changed.
A lot of them have bounced around a ton, and it's going to continue to happen. I mean, that's just
it's just the nature of the beast.
That's going to be the nature of the beast, where, the days of and you even see it in high school now, where people are playing at different high schools and different academies. the one guy on the draft that I love that I've seen slipping, and I think outside of, take quarterbacks aside because it's a different position. I would rather have him than any other player in the draft is Brock Bowers.
The tight end
tight
from
end out of
Georgia.
Georgia.
Is he a badass?
He is.
Compare him to somebody. Is he like Gronk?
I think he doesn't block as well as Gronk. He's a willing blocker, but he's a better blocker than Kyle Pitts. But I think he is as good a tight end prospect as I've seen in the 20 years that we've been doing this together. Because remember, Gronk coming out had back surgery, and Gronk wasn't viewed this way. He just turned into an absolute beast. And Kelsey, and some of these guys, these were later round picks that developed into something. I don't understand why Brock Bowers isn't talked about I've seen some drafts where they have him going somewhere between 15 and 20. If he's there at 15 and you're the Indianapolis Colts, you're stupid if you don't take him, because you've got a young quarterback that's a running quarterback that you're trying to work play action into. And look around the NFL. Look around, again, I've said this a million times. Look at what is winning with young teams in the league. Under center, play action pass, middle of the field. That wins in today's NFL. And mismatches at the tight end position are, you lose Tyreek Hill and you still win 2 Super Bowls, right? Baltimore and with Mark Andrews. And you see this over and over again, that dominant tight ends, and Brock Bowers comes in and immediately is a matchup nightmare. He's too athletic for linebackers, and he's too big for safeties to cover him. And he is a willing blocker. I would say he is and this is a ridiculous comparison, but he's a better receiving Travis Kelsey and a lesser blocking George Kittle.
Yeah.
Somewhere in between those two lies Brock Bowers.
Well, the Seahawks wouldn't go 16 with him, would they?
I would.
The other team I've seen coming up is the Jets at 10. That would be a nice piece for Rodgers to have, and they kind of have the other stuff in place if you want to win now, that he could be a guy that helps you do that.
Rodgers. Boy, that'd be nasty. The Jets already have
what's his good receivers. Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson.
Well, didn't they add somebody on the other side though too? Didn't they go get?
They've got. They
got Mike Williams.
They went out and got Mike Williams.
So Mike Williams, Garrett Wilson, and Brock Bowers.
Yes.
Hey now.
Breece
Hall.
I really, really like and look at what Laporta means in Detroit. I think we're having a little bit of a renaissance in
Hawkinson, Minnesota.
Yeah, and he came from Detroit. I think we're having a little bit, and Musgrave, a young tight end there in Green Bay.
Is Pitts a bust? He's not really a bust.
People seem to blame his usage more than him, like how the coaches used him, but I don't know that that's what's right or wrong.
I'll tell you what. At this point, it's under for what he was billed as.
Yeah, he was top
for
5.
what he started out with to what he ended up here. It's been a disappointment. And yeah, there's some usage there, and they haven't had a quarterback, and so I get that, and so I'm not ready to write him off. He's still extremely
What are you talking
talented.
about? Desmond Ritter's the future. Oh wait, they already traded him. Where's he now?
Ritter ended up. Did they deal
Anybody?
him? Or is he just?
I thought they traded
him. Did they deal him? I think he's just still. I think he's there.
Is he?
I don't think he's gone anywhere.
No, he's on the Arizona Cardinals.
Is he the Cardinals now?
I had no idea. He's backing up Kyler apparently.
Oh dear.
The other one that it's interesting in the draft that every year we get all hot and bothered, but we don't hear a lot about is edge rushers. Edge rushers have been,
gotta have them.
Yeah, you got to have them, but you don't hear a lot. I mean, like I said, I mentioned Dallas Turner, but
he played where?
Alabama, and so but remember last year all the hype with Will Anderson. You don't hear that with Dallas Turner. You got Latu out of UCLA. You don't hear a lot about him. Verse came into this year. Jared Verse, the D end out of Florida State, had a very nice year, but again in the draft, it's a lot of. It's just for whatever reason it's kind of gone silent on these edge rushers, and so it'll be an unconventional draft, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And like linebacker wise, I don't know who the like off the top of my head, I'm not certain where the first inside linebacker goes. I mean, that's a position that is that's kind of been devalued a little bit anyways, but There's one where the Edgerrin Cooper is the kid out of Texas A&M.
I've seen another one, Peyton Wilson out
Wilson's
of NC
the
State.
Super good athlete. He's the guy that ran like 4.4.
And he's the highest ranked on the Pro Football Focus big board at 30.
At 30. So we may not see a inside linebacker go in the first round, which again, to me, I love tight ends because right now you've got sketchy linebacker playing the league. Give me a guy that can expose him. It's also why I really like guys like Ladd McConkey. I love slot guys. Like, we're paying so much attention to these outside receivers, and rightfully so. Receivers are like the physical freaks of the NFL world right now. And Neighbors and Adunze and Marvin Harrison Jr. But, so many teams now are playing these cover 2 shell looks where you can roll coverage. I can roll my coverage towards a receiver, run a cover 2 over the top and be like, hey, you're not beating me. So I want guys that can exist in the slot. I want guys that can go over the middle. And now that you really can't shillelagh receivers anymore, these smaller, shiftier guys, the yak guys, the after-catch guys, the Puka Nakuas, these guys are having field days in the NFL because you're not getting your head taken off anymore.
Now, do we have the picks on Thursday? We doing that?
Yeah, I think we
Well,
live.
so here's the thing with that is that now that we are on multiple platforms, we're not very much live on those picks. Like when we air them, a lot of people already know them because we're 45 seconds or a minute behind, and sometimes we're getting it late because, I can put it up on the radio, but you guys won't be able to see it on the TV. That'll be a minute behind, so
I think Buck's
we can
saying,
talk about it.
I think Buck's saying
Yeah,
no.
I don't really know what he's saying.
I think Buck's telling you.
We didn't do it last year because at the time they were coming over the radio, they were not yet on television, so there wasn't really. You guys were kind of following it on TV because that's the easiest way for us to follow while we did the show.
thought
We
so,
did.
too.
We did. That was before we had delays on our TVs.
Again, I think
because now we're streaming.
I think what Buck is saying is
We can
do
do
it if you
it.
want, but you're an idiot if you do, and he's saying
Well,
he doesn't want to do it.
This is not about me. This is about our audience. Don't you think it would serve the audience to play the picks?
Yes, I do think it would serve the audience to play the picks, but it's going to be odd because we'll be analyzing what we're seeing on television at a different time of what's happening on radio. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay.
Look, tune in Thursday. We may or may not have the picks.
It's just going to be.
Tune in to find
We'll
out.
have them. We'll have them if
I
you
don't have
want them.
analysis anyway. I don't know. I just listened to the little thing at the end of it.
We're going to bring in Nemec because that dude.
Oh.
Yeah, he won't shut up. So when in doubt, just turn to him and be
Why
like,
don't
Nemec.
I'll just be out of here. I'll come back Friday.
Just be like, Nemec, go.
All right. NFL draft. Super cool. Round 1 Thursday. Here on the Fan, maybe.
Don't forget about your fan.
It'll definitely be on 910 ESPN Portland. We can also pipe in the picks if that's what your little
Why are
heart
we doing
desires.
that?
What?
Why are we doing that? I want
We're doing
people
what?
listening to us, not that.
They can do both.
I just want you
You
to.
can listen to 2 radio stations at the same time.
I want you to break down your favorite Pork Chop Robinson.
Pork Chop Anderson. That's my
Pork
guy.
Johnson.
Pork Johnson.
Oh, that's what it was. I was trying to remember what you were calling him.
Love that guy.
Pork Johnson.
Where's he going?
He's fallen a little bit.
Yep, told you.
Yeah, I've seen him sliding down boards. Late first round.
All right. The return of Derek Dooley next. What he is advocating. Here's Buck. Derek Dooley is back. I know you didn't miss him, probably.
No, I can't say that I.
Do you remember him?
I do.
I loved Derek Dooley. He was the head coach when Oregon beat Tennessee at Tennessee.
He wore orange pants, like checkered orange pants.
Yeah, he did.
A la end zone pants. And he was terrible at Tennessee.
His career arc was weird. Last I heard from him, he was maybe in Dallas as an assistant coach.
I think that's right.
I think that is correct. And he looks like the weird dude from Yellowstone that everyone hates. Looks like Jamie from Yellowstone.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, he is out in the news today because he is pitching a Group of 5 playoff.
Okay. As opposed to what we have now, or I mean.
Well, yeah, there's no Group of 5 playoff.
Oh, I was thinking Power 5, which is now the Power 4. What do you mean, a Group of 5 playoff, like separate from?
Yeah. He says. Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah. Talk to me on this.
He wants a Group of 5 playoff that would be financially backed by private equity.
Okay.
So he says the concept would address, if not be motivated by, disappointment felt by the Group of 5 conferences, the MAC, Mountain West, Sun Belt, American, and Conference USA, over revenue distribution shares under the new college football playoff media rights agreement.
Okay.
The average program in those conferences will receive $1.8 million per year in college football playoff revenue beginning in 2026.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Up from the current $1.5 million. The Group of 5 split is 9% of the annual $1.3 billion deal with ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
While the payout marks an increase in raw numbers, it is a percentage decrease considering the Group of 5 received 22% of the pot in the prior deal.
Yeah.
By comparison, the Big Ten and SEC will each receive 29% of college football playoff monies. Dooley says, this is a Group of 5 administrator familiar with Dooley's proposal, said, you've got presidents and chancellors from the Group of 5 now saying, why would we sit around waiting for the inevitable, which is a total break by the SEC and the Big Ten? Dooley has not commented on this. I don't know what. It's so odd.
Why is he?
I have no idea.
Because he's an analyst at Alabama right now. For God's sake,
is that where he is?
Yeah,
yeah. It's a very random thing that it's coming from him, but apparently,
never, there's not one time that he's ever been involved in a group. Well, I guess that's not true. He was at Louisiana Tech for like 2 years.
Apparently, it's gaining traction.
Well, I mean, I see why, because look, we've talked about this. The Group of 5, it's beyond irrelevant at this point. It's a death sentence. So,
well, that's what they're saying.
Yeah. So, but the idea is like, so let's say if you split off and you do your own thing, do people want it? Like there's a reason why you're not getting any money, because no one wants your content.
Well, but he's saying it would be privately funded. So they're saying that
by who?
That's a good question. Maybe that's why he's saying this, is because he has a bunch of big money guys ready to, and maybe they're looking at dollar signs. I don't know. This says, while Dooley's idea is in the development stages, sources stress that financial involvement would be more than just funding a playoff. In one iteration of the proposal, 8 division champions would play at the end of the regular season for the Group of 5's guaranteed college football playoff berth. Significant dollars would be at stake, according to one source with knowledge of the pitch.
So they're still trying to rope this into the bigger pie.
Yeah, but they do their own playoff. Such an arrangement would require the 62 teams contained in the Group of 5 realigning into 8-team divisions.
Yeah. So basically what you're saying is no one cares about us. We can't get any money, so we're going to try to do our own thing to make money. But if no one was willing to give you any money in the first place, why would they give you money now? Like the Mountain West TV deal, it pays every team like $2.5 to $4 million. Like that's on the open market. And the media looks around and was like, no one wants your product. So the question becomes, and by the way, that's the best of those leagues. So if no one wanted your product before, are you telling me that having the Mountain West play the Sun Belt champion, that is going to generate money?
I think what they're saying is there's more money if they join forces. If they pool their rights, there would be more money.
So, but
into
again,
one single entity.
So no one wants your individual rights, but together they do want them.
Again, that
smells a little bit like the UFL, like the spring leagues. It's like, hey, no one wants to watch our crap, but maybe if we bring the two together, then maybe someone wants to watch it. I mean, to this arc, wouldn't the Division II playoffs then be a bigger deal? Because that really is an interesting, like, big playoff, and they run it real well, and it's good football, but no one watches it. So I just don't know where the market is for this, and maybe I'm wrong, and I don't even know if I'm saying that there isn't a market for it. I'm saying up until this point, there's been no appetite for it.
I think, well, no, but we haven't had it like the way they're proposing it. I mean, I think people would watch in that, that's in December, right before it kind of wets our whistle for the college football playoff. The other thing too is the new divisions would realign geographically, and that would be a big deal for Olympic sports. So basically you're taking 5 leagues and just rearranging them into one big league where where it benefits all sports, which is a thing. I
Sure.
mean, that matters.
But would you watch
Yes.
Liberty,
Yes.
San Jose State,
Yes.
UNLV,
Yes.
and Marshall?
Not Marshall, but yes. No, I would. I think that if they did it, I would. Yes. Again, it depends on when it is, which they're saying it's right after the season and before the college football playoff. So we're all ready. We're geared up for the playoff, and so it's kind of a lead into that. Kind
Little
of like
appetizer.
Kind of like the play-in tournament. And yeah, I don't mind watching those teams. As a matter of fact,
and yet no one ever does.
Well, I watched Liberty in the whatever bowl that was. They played Oregon. And I thought they were
only because Oregon was playing in it.
God awful,
Yeah,
but
they were.
I don't mind watching those. I mean, I don't know,
but
and I also don't mind betting on it.
But this is the difference when we do this a bunch when we're like, we'll just throw something else out there that isn't very good, but we'll rebrand it and people will watch it. And what sports has told us for years and years is that arena football and the USFL and for the last 20 plus years, the WNBA, although hopefully that's starting to change a little bit, and the Mountain West and the WAC and Division II football and all these other things and Olympic sports, no one watches. This is the same argument that like when the Pac-12 network or like the Longhorn network were like, well, we'll just put out Pac-12 content and people will watch it. And collectively, everyone got together and went,
yeah,
no.
I don't think
and they
they're
all lost money.
Yeah.
Hand over fist.
Well, I don't think they're saying they're going to get a windfall of eyeballs. Okay, I'm pretty sure they're not that stupid. But I think what they are saying is that it could be a better alternative
than
to
just sitting around.
They're sitting around waiting for their head to get lopped off.
Yeah.
Because they know the SEC and the Big Ten are leaving.
Yeah.
And they're all going to be on their own anyway. So I've said all along that realignment is so hard to predict, and how this has all played out has been really wild. At the same time, the one truth is it has always benefited the proactive.
Yeah.
If you are ahead of the curve, if you are looking in areas where nobody else is looking, that is going to benefit you. You sit and wait and you get reactionary, you're dead. Yeah. See the Pac-12. These guys are at least I get what they're saying. They're at least saying, hey, maybe we can drum up some private money because we're going to have to do that. Yeah. And then, try to make something out of this.
You get some private money because the TV networks aren't giving you squat.
Exactly.
Those deals are going to be just minuscule.
They're garbage.
I don't know why the private money would come in to do this, and where you turn a profit. I don't know. But, we've talked about this and we've asked this question, and fan bases get very prickly about this. But, and I'll pose this to Oregon State and Washington State fan because, the reality is you've been left behind. And I don't think there is a boat coming to rescue. I hope there is. I hope you end up in the ACC or the Big 12. But in reality, your relevancy in the big time college football seems to be over. So would you rather be competitive and playing for a championship against those types of schools? Or would you say, no, I want to fight, kick, claw, scratch to try to continue to get a place at the table? And I don't know where the appetite for the fan bases is on that. I also don't know where the appetite is for the schools, because with NIL and possibly revenue sharing and the different lawsuits coming down, within the next 10 years, there may have to be a major reckoning amongst universities about whether they say, we're even going to do this anymore, or whether they just say, this is stupid, we're out of here, unless, as you pointed out, private money comes in and basically wants to buy athletic departments. That's what Arizona suggested. When Arizona fell, remember they lost they had a budget crisis of like $200 million that they misplaced for the university. And one of the professors was just sell our athletic departments. Let some rich dude come in. Let some company come in and buy it and let them run it. Maybe that is the future of college athletics.
Live college sports.
Yeah. Get some of that Saudi money.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, there's just a lot of spitballing going on because it's wild times, you know?
Yeah.
So you're going to hear a lot of probably even wilder proposals than that.
Yeah.
From desperate schools and desperate people.
Because you got to figure something out.
That's right. You got to figure something out. You know you're dying on the vine.
Yeah.
All right. Dan Lanning, Oregon football coach, joins us tomorrow at 5:15. We will be back to wait, do we have one more segment or are we moving on to the club? We do, don't we? Yeah, we're a little behind.
Whoops.
Sorry. 5:58 on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Yeah, just, a guy that has experience, right, and some savvy, right? He's really good at identifying routes, out of the break with the stem of the route and how that means what he's going to be able to play post-snap whenever that's happening and continue to make some plays for us, right? Challenge himself. He likes the challenge of going against somebody that's going to make him better, which, you love that when you talk about iron sharpens iron.
Oh, yes, iron sharpens iron. That is the great Dan Lanning. He's talking about Jabari Muhammad.
I really like him. He was the Oklahoma State transfer, ended up at UW, and I thought he was a sneaky good corner last year. And he's going to be part of a revamped Duck secondary because they brought in the kid from Duke. I think they got at least 3 new, if not, they're going to have 4 new faces, 3 starters in that secondary.
Didn't they get a Washington kid, too?
That's
Kansas
the
State kid, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they got a lot of new faces in there. It's on paper it looks really good.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused on innovation, collaboration, and creativity, you want Mods PDX. At Mods PDX, we craft beautiful, sustainable, energy-efficient buildings of the highest quality. Our modular approach means your project can be completed faster than traditional construction, and our team of uniquely qualified architectural and trade professionals have the expertise and experience to make your vision a reality. Visit us today at modspdx.com.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Sometimes in sports, you got to look at organizations and say, are they doing things that make me trust them? Why should I trust you? And I think this regime, fair, unfair, however you view it, I think the fair thing, in my opinion, is they have not been very trustworthy. It was, we're going to go all in, and nope, we're not trading any draft picks, and we're going to trade Damian Lillard. And the messaging is off.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6
All right. That's it. We're out of here. I mean, for sports.
Yeah. We're not going anywhere.
No, we're going to the club, bro. Club's coming up next. I want to quickly remind you that the fan merch locker is now open.
Yes, it is.
And on there, it's on 1080thefan.com, our website. If you go there, you can buy shirts. The bracket challenge, we did the drop bracket challenge. That is over. And the 2 winning drops out of the Souk region was this.
My son is an idiot.
And out of the ROP region was this.
Rocking you on a Friday. Why did I say that?
So you chose those as our 2 best drops, and those are now on T-shirts. You can buy them in the fan merch store.
Or just get the classic 10 into the fan shirt if you just want the station logo.
They're only $25.
Yes,
dudes.
A little bigger if you're large and in charge. I think like the 3 and the 4X are like an extra $2.
I think the next shirt should be a silhouette of Jason Swigard. Just an outline.
Just the king of Portland.
Hold on, everybody.
Nope. Just an outline of him.
It's over.
Maybe even just an outline of like a headshot.
We think.
And perhaps
Here's the situation. We think.
In quotes under it. I don't know. I think that would be a bestseller.
Would you wear a Jason Swigard t-shirt?
1 hundo P.
Hundo P, bro. Hundo P.
Well, I can't wear Rockin' You on a Friday.
Can you wear Am I bugging you, Ron?
I could wear My Son is an Idiot, but I mean, I don't think he is anymore.
But he was at one point.
Well, yeah, they all are.
Yeah.
But so I don't know if I'm going to go that route. I
understand.
And I'm not rocking a fan shirt.
Please.
That's stupid.
Please.
So the Jason Swigard shirt, I'm open to it.
I like it.
Hold on, everybody.
Someone said
Here's the situation.
Someone said we really are on short timers. Come on. What are you talking about? We brought
What does that even mean?
Brought quality content this week.
I'm not a short timer. I just got back from vacation.
How dare you? Aren't you going next week too, though?
Well, I'll be out a few days. But it's not a vacation.
No?
I have very serious matters.
You get Molly 2 Poops is about to be Molly 20 Gs.
Molly 10 Gs. No, she's good.
She ate something again.
She's back.
Hot Asachi business. You got to go over to Rome, Italy.
Got some stuff. She's got some stuff.
Got to deal with some things.
Stuff. Buckley's out. He's leaving.
The hell is going
on? I don't
on?
even know what we're doing next week on the show.
I don't either.
But I don't even care.
I'm going to be drunk.
The club is next on the Fan.
This April, spring into something new at your local Crunch Gym. Hey, it's
down.
No, I won't.
I'm calm, Karen.
Listening to Kids Bop. I'm listening to the new Taylor Swift album.
They can't hear me because they're listening to Kids Bop.
That thing did like 2 million sales in 3 days.
Did it?
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise you, does it?
I mean,
I'm
just
sorry.
no one buys albums anymore.
Can I,
But that one.
I listened to it. I haven't listened to all of it yet, but I've listened to most of it.
Mhm.
And I don't get it. I don't get the hype. I don't.
People love her.
I know they do, but I love her. I think she's wonderful. And what she means to young girls. She's amazing at what she does. All that.
Swift,
Her music. It ain't for this bro.
People cannot get enough of it. I like some of her stuff. Did
you listen to the new album yet?
I have not. It takes me a while because no offense, but I don't. It's the same thing with Beyonce one, the country album.
I listened to that right away too.
I did not.
Now that's pretty damn good.
I liked it.
I gotta tell you,
It was good.
And I'm not a huge Beyonce fan, but it's really good. This one,
Yeah, it did over 1.5 million sales in 3 days.
What kind of reviews is it getting? Or is Taylor Swift so popular that nobody could ever say anything bad about her?
I just don't think it matters.
Yeah, that's probably true.
You know.
But are people saying that it's, oh my God, it's amazing? Or
Like compared to others, are there hits? I don't know.
I don't know. I
didn't hear a hit.
I can look and see if what the Rolling Stone review is. We trust Rolling Stone, right?
I mean, we're
For the most
supposed
part, yeah.
Yeah.
It combines the intimacy of folklore, Evermore, with the synth pop gloss of Midnights to create music that's wildly ambitious and gloriously chaotic. That from Rolling Stone.
Sounds like a mess.
Can you translate that?
I think that means
gloriously chaotic. Doesn't sound good.
Oh, I think that sounds fantastic.
Yeah, if you're listening to metal.
I gotta tell you, I got a review for you. Are you ready?
Yeah.
It's not gonna sound like that one. Here's my review of Taylor Swift's new album. Okay, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
That's it, right there. But she's great. I love her. I think she's wonderful.
So there has been 591 different reviews.
Okay.
And so this is off of, I guess this is audience review, so that doesn't even count because
that doesn't count.
It's fans.
15-year-old girls.
It's got a 4.8 out of 5. Right?
Yeah, I just
so
I listened to the first few songs and I was like, all right, well maybe it'll pick up. And then I listened to the next few songs and I'm like, all right, maybe it'll pick up. And then I listened to the next few songs and then I'm like, well, all right, maybe it'll pick up. It all sounds the same to me. It does.
Well, she's become so big that any sort of critic, and like you said, you're too big to fail.
Well, I don't want her to fail.
No. I'm just saying, like, when you reach her level, no matter what you put out, we assume that it's going to be a monster.
Like, this album couldn't flop.
It's impossible to flop.
Right, but isn't there a difference between it being a monster and it being really good?
And you'll find out. So in 6 months, you'll see whether or not this just continues to be a juggernaut or if it doesn't die off. Like, I'm not trying to compare this in any shape or form.
Uh-oh.
But I remember when, like, my favorite band is Metallica. And Metallica for a long time was riding just an unstoppable wave. Like, everything they did what sold
I like the music
millions
I like.
upon millions of copies. And they came out with Saint Anger after they had taken a break for a while. And that thing came out and immediately was number one, sold a couple million copies, and then everyone was like, oh. And it became just universally, it was crap.
Well, sometimes you do have a stinker.
But it sold.
Yeah.
So if you looked it up and you saw where it ranked, if you saw the number of copies sold, it's a monster album for them. And yet everyone, universally, including Metallica fans, hate it. They even make fun of it when they're in concert and they play a song. They're like, hey, here's a song off everyone's favorite album. They know everyone hates it. So this may be one of those that in 6 months, Taylor Swift fans are even like, it's not the best.
Do you think they would react that way, though? I don't think they would. I think it's... I don't know. I just think that it's just different than Metallica in a sense that I think her fans are always going to be like, oh, that's great. We're great. We support you no matter what.
I just
like they would never admit that it wasn't.
I think that fans of an artist will eventually come around where you won't trash it, but you'll be like, oh, this wasn't my favorite. Because not everything can be the best album. Not everything she puts out is going to be the best thing she's ever done.
Do you know that her ticket prices for her shows are falling? Did you know that?
So there's just no way you can keep that up.
Yeah.
Right.
So she's overseas. I think she starts. I don't know, maybe in May or maybe it's sooner. I don't know. She's gonna be in Paris and some other places, and ticket prices are not that expensive.
Yeah. Well, again, this is when you ride a crest like she had, there's just
you can get into her show for $200.
Okay, which is still super expensive.
I mean, that's a lot,
That's
but
a
not
lot.
compared to what you used to have to pay.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 400 when people were going in Seattle, right?
At least.
Yeah. I mean, I think 400, like, just get in the building.
But again, find me anything that keeps at that level. It's impossible. So people are going to say that it's a dip, and people are going to say that and she hasn't lost anything. It's just eventually anyone that wanted to pay $1,000 to go see her has already seen her. So when she comes around again, not everyone's going to be able to afford $1,000 to go.
You know what?
By the way, a lot of 5-star reviews. Rolling
Out
Stone.
of how many stars?
Well, at 5. Rolling Stone gave it 5 stars. The New York Times gave it 5 stars. Lot of really positive reviews from big music publishers.
You know what she needs to do now?
What?
I think she needs to make a country album.
One up Beyonce?
Oh, wait. Wasn't she already country?
Oh, I completely forgot. Yeah.
She left country.
She left country. She gave country the bird.
Well, let me just tell you.
And I do remember when everyone was like, "You dumbass, you just ruined your career."
Why would you do that? Yeah.
All the country, people were like, well, "How stupid can you be? You're gonna, say goodbye to your career. We don't want you anymore." Well, she's done just fine.
I'd say more than just fine. But
I would say so.
Take it from this reporter, and this is a reporter that does not really care for either of their musics. Beyonce's new album, and I am an objective reporter. I have listened to both. Beyonce's new album is better than Taylor Swift's. You heard it here first.
The Beehive loves you, and the Swifties,
baby,
not gonna be happy.
But I still love Tay-Tay. All right, hey, Sook, you were not a part of this, but back on February 26th, Buck and I did a seggy on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominees.
Yep.
Oh, that was really difficult to pick who should get in.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Well, we predicted who we thought would be in and who wouldn't. The results are in.
Oh, okay.
And we're going to go through how we did.
Is Taylor Swift on the list?
Coming up next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football
More music.
I was looking here real quick that people
Wow.
think that her Taylor Swift's album is going to go to number 1.
Tay-tay.
That'll be her 8th album in 4 years to go to number 1.
Hi.
And people think that she'll tie Jay-Z for
Whoa.
the second most number 1 albums of all time on the Billboard 200 chart.
Second most?
Second most.
Who's
And
first?
The Beatles.
Oh, yeah.
And if she...
Who are they?
Because Jay-Z doesn't make a lot of music anymore. So, like, he's not, that's kind of over. So the Beatles have 19. And Tay-Tay, this would be her 15th. If she goes for a couple more years, she could actually end up being the artist with the most number 1 albums of all time.
If she's smart, she'll just keep cranking them out because it doesn't matter what she does.
No.
It's going to number 1.
Yeah, 4 of those are those re-releases where she just re-records her old songs so that she owns the masters. And
Taylor's version.
And those go to number 1 too.
So back on the 26th of February, you were gone, Suk, but Buck and I did a segment on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominees for 2024. And we chose, and I wrote this down, and I said we revisit it. And now we are, because we chose who we thought would get in and who we thought wouldn't. But they've announced the inductees.
The finals, right?
The inductees.
Yeah.
It's over. So we know who's going in and who didn't make it.
Who was, I don't even know who was nominated.
I need a refresher for sure on everyone who was up for it.
Here are the bands that were nominated. Jane's Addiction, Sinead O'Connor, Ozzy Osbourne, Cher, Mary J. Blige, Oasis, Sade, A Tribe Called Quest, Lenny Kravitz, Mariah Carey, Dave Matthews Band, Foreigner, and did I say Kool and the Gang?
You did not say Kool and the Gang.
And Kool and the Gang.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's so weird when I hear Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because, Kool and the Gang and Mariah Carey in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but it's a musical.
Yeah, it's musical.
It's not the Rock and Roll.
Peter Frampton and Eric B. and Rakim as well.
Okay.
Okay, so first we'll go to the ones that Buckley and I generally agreed we thought would not make it in.
Yeah.
And the easiest of those is Eric B. and Rakim. We said no, and they did not get in.
Okay.
They are dead.
Rest in peace.
Now, neither of us thought Peter Frampton would get in. Peter Frampton got in.
Oh.
How many got in of that list?
I think we have, let's see, we have one.
Because that's a deep list.
Yeah, there's a lot. We have 1, 2, 3.
Can I ask a question? Do
I think
people,
8.
Do people like Peter Frampton?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very popular.
Hmm.
I didn't think he'd get into the Hall of Fame, but he did.
All right. Well, I just remember he had the
Who, right? Wait.
No.
No.
Peter Frampton had the.
I was thinking of the other goofy guitarist.
What was the we had the Peter Frampton that comes alive. What it was that was like 1970 whatever, and really there hasn't been a whole lot after that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Peter Frampton comes alive like 1976, and then after that it was kind of like
Show Me the Way is his song. I want you.
Yeah, and then Baby I Love Your Way. That's another Peter Frampton.
Ooh, baby, I love your way.
Oh, no one.
Yeah, people like him.
Oh.
He made it.
Well,
we did not think. Okay, this one, Buck, we screwed this up royally. Oh wait,
Well, that's
actually,
not surprising.
no. I have in my notes here that you actually said that they would make it,
Yeah.
and I said that they wouldn't. I don't know why I said that. Dave Matthews Band in.
Of course they're in.
Yes. Why did I say that they wouldn't make it?
I don't know.
They're a huge freaking deal.
God, and they're good.
They're all right.
I thought you thought that they were too like one note, or just they only spoke to a certain
Yeah,
audience
I don't
or something
know.
like that.
I'm just an idiot.
Patrick Harris, I believe his favorite band is Dave Matthews.
Now, yeah, he's a huge Dave Matthews guy. To be fair, I'll reverse the. What the hell am I trying?
I don't.
I'm going to turn the tables on you. That's
Where
what
I messed up and you were
Yes.
right.
I said Foreigner would get in. They did.
Yeah, Foreigner.
You said Foreigner would not.
And I like
Foreigner's
Foreigner.
great.
They got in.
Yeah.
So I was right about that. Okay, Mariah Carey.
She has to get in, right?
We both thought she would get in. She did not.
Really?
Denied.
Did you tell me that Peter Frampton is
Yes.
bigger than Mariah Carey?
Well, bigger.
Well, I mean,
I don't think that's the
Better?
Mariah Carey.
She's awesome.
Mariah Carey for like 15 years was Taylor Swift. Like Mariah Carey just
She was big.
She took a dump and Platinum Records came out.
Right, but NSYNC was also big.
Yeah, NSYNC was a moment in time. Mariah Carey had some staying power.
Believe me, we both thought she would get in. She did not.
I thought she'd get in no problem.
We thought Lenny Kravitz would get in. He did not.
No Lenny, huh?
He's out.
Huh. It's funny, I like all of those people better than I do Dave Matthews Band, but I acknowledge that Dave Matthews Band is a big deal.
A couple that we thought would not make it, but did get in, Mary J. Blige.
Mary J. Blige is a big deal.
And then Kool and the Gang.
Kool and the Gang's in, huh?
They made it.
All right.
Boy.
The other the other one we thought, you and I both love this group, but we just said there's no way they get in. They got in. Tribe Called Quest.
Yeah.
See, I like Tribe Called Quest.
Well, everybody does.
Yeah.
We just didn't think that
But
they
we
were
didn't-
widely appreciated.
Yeah.
enough.
Can I ask, like, is this like if you just hang around long enough, eventually they put you in?
It feels a little bit that
Well,
way,
Mariah Carey didn't get in.
Yeah, she'll get in.
but she will.
yeah. How many times did Kool and the Gang get nominated before they got in? Like, no offense to Kool and the Gang, but is that when
They
you
were
think-
pretty good.
When you think of musical greatness, do you think of Kool and the Gang?
Actually, yes.
I
Really?
do not.
It's the last time, like,
They're amazing.
okay. I can't. I mean, I got.
Saw him play at a county fair once.
See what I mean? Amazing.
Guess
little-
what? They played Celebration.
Got Celebration. It was a Jungle Boogie, right?
We also shaked our booties.
Is it? Is that? Did they do Ladies' Night too? Is that Kool and the
maybe.
Gang?
Jane's Addiction, we both said would not make it, and we were correct.
Yeah, I was never a big Jane's Addiction guy.
Sade, we were both on the fence, but said she would not make it. She did not. And then one where Buck said that they would get in, and I said that they would not. I am right again about Oasis. They did not make it.
There's another one that I don't fully understand.
Like, I don't either. I just thought they were just such a huge British deal.
Well,
that-
how many albums did they put out? Like how many good? That's what I say about like Peter Frampton. And I think Peter Frampton was in Humble Pie, and then he like went solo and he had like the one solo live album, and then after that, no one listened to him. Like, oh, I think to be a Hall of Fame, don't you have to be great for a significant period of time? It's like the Terrell.
like they didn't have the
Davis.
staying power.
So 3 others, we were right about 2 of the 3. We thought all 3 of these would get in. Cher, who did obviously get in. I mean,
Yeah.
she's probably the headliner, right?
I would assume.
I mean,
again, that see someone that's like been around for a long freaking time and has been a big deal
do you
for
know,
a long time.
Here's a fun fact I saw when I was researching this. Do you know that she has had a #1 song in each of the past 6 decades?
See, now there is a Hall of Fame.
6!
Yes.
I don't know if you guys do math or anything, but that's 60 years.
I think she's 1,000 years old, but you can't tell because
her latest #1 is from a movie. It's from a musical or something.
Yeah.
So you may not know the song, but it's #1. It's not all Billboard Hot 100 #1s, but she has had a #1 song in each of the past 6 decades. This
That's-
one's on the dance chart.
that's crazy.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah. Would you still?
Yes.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that the other night, my wife and I.
Right?
I
Yeah.
mean, a friend of mine and I.
You gotta go.
So her #1 songs are obviously "I Got You, Babe" was from the '60s, "Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves" from the '70s, "Half Breed," "Dark Lady," "All I Ever Need Is You." In the '80s, it was "After All," and "If I Could Turn Back Time." In the '90s, it was "Do You Believe?"
That song's so terrible.
and "Strong Enough." "All or Nothing" as well. 2000s, "A Different Kind of Love Song," and "When the Money's Gone." 2010s, "You Haven't Seen the Last of Me," and in the 2020s, "DJ Play a Christmas Song."
Okay.
Those are all #1 hits by Cher the last 60 years. Amazing.
Oasis, by the way, more than I thought, 7 studio albums.
Oh, really?
But some of those aren't even like as Oasis. You know, it's like,
What is it?
well, it's Oasis, but it's not the two brothers. You know.
It's one of the brothers?
Yeah, because they hate each other now.
Their whole
Well, how
feud
can it-
thing.
How can it be Oasis if one of the brothers isn't there?
How is Journey without Steve Perry? It's still Journey.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then the other two are Ozzy Osbourne and Sinead O'Connor.
And Ozzy, come on.
We both said Ozzy Osbourne would get in. He did.
He's freaking Ozzy Osbourne.
We thought Sinead O'Connor would make it. She did not.
That's another one that I gotta ask. Does Sinead O'Connor really belong in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Like,
Well, they said no.
I tend to
Denied.
I'm
Well,
looking-
I think we were thinking that she might get in piggybacking off of her death.
Well, I just think sometimes the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, not all acts are the same. You know?
Well, yeah.
I'm looking
Of
through
course
here.
not.
I'm looking here at all the different inductees that have been around.
Who's the
Well, some of them I've never even heard of.
Who's the worst?
I'm kind of scrolling through. Like again, there's some of them that I don't know.
Now, I will say the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremonies are really a good watch.
They're fun.
I watch them every year. Anybody, well, not all of them perform, but typically the artists being inducted do perform.
Or someone goes up and performs their songs.
Yeah, it's really good.
And you bring in different people, like sometimes like they'll bring in special guests.
Yeah.
To perform with them.
It's Saturday, October 19th, and they're going to air it live on Disney Plus.
Like, who's this Billy Joel and Paul McCartney guy?
They're in there?
What are they doing in there? Dusty Springfield's in there. Like, have you ever heard of the Staple Singers?
The Staple Sisters?
No, it's the Staple Singers.
I don't know them.
Have you heard, like, the Lovin' Spoonfuls?
No, but
know?
I like their name.
Yeah. I'm just scrolling through, and you obviously have Queen and Paul Simon, Steely Dan, like Isaac Hayes. But then there's just a lot of them that I would have no idea who they are, from like the 1940s and whatnot. The Dells.
Well, you can't know everything, Jason.
No, you can't.
There's a lot of greatness out there that you aren't aware of.
I'm looking through a band that I know. I'm trying to find someone that I've listened to that I'm like, really? Like they're in?
Well, maybe it's your Kool and the Gang.
See, that one just is a bit odd to me. No offense to Kool and the Gang, but I don't think of them as a Hall of Fame act.
All right. Well, we did pretty good. I mean, sort of.
Yeah, kind of, sort of, maybe.
I mean, we did okay.
Yeah.
Took a leap on a few that I'm still. I'm just really happy Tribe Called Quest made it.
See, they're great.
Well, they are great.
Yes.
But we just kind of thought that.
Yeah, maybe not.
Just a
big
little
enough.
too.
Yep.
Yeah, but they were that. We'll be right back. Here's Buck.
Now from the Fan Sports
of the Dr. Zayas mouths. Remember I was talking about like with the Tiger Woods when your face gets pulled so tight that you can't move your lips, so you're just talk. That's Cher.
I haven't seen her lately.
Yeah, she can't move her lips because her face is pulled so tight. But I'd still rather party with Cher.
She's kind of hot still.
At Cher's age, and she's got to be like what, 70, late 70s?
Is she that old?
She's old. I mean, she was young in the 70s.
77, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And how old Celine Dion?
Celine
50. Make a controversial statement here.
is 56.
Rather party with 77-year-old Cher than 56-year-old Celine Dion.
I think I'm answering that the same way you did, Suk. I'd party with Cher. Dolly for sure is the marriage material there, and then Celine. Sorry.
Yeah.
You have a good voice, but
yeah,
so does Cher.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Celine's got, My Heart Will Go On and whatnot, but,
She seems insufferable.
Well, I think they probably all are insufferable. Although
Yeah.
Dolly actually seems wonderful.
I don't know about that. I think Dolly.
You'd have a lot of gay best friends if you were with Cher.
Yeah, and I think I've seen a lot of interviews with Cher over the years. She's awesome. Like, she's super smart and awesome.
She was married
I'm gay.
She was married to Greg Allman at one point, for God's sakes. You don't think she knows how to party? Are you kidding me?
I bet she has better stories than any of them.
Oh, you guarantee that if Cher did a tell-all, buckle up. Because Cher's been with everybody. I don't think there's anyone in Hollywood that Cher hasn't stooped.
What if I added Madonna and took out Dolly?
Ooh, that's tough.
So now you have Madonna, Cher, and Celine Dion.
See, I find Madonna is the hottest, but I find her the most insufferable of any of them.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to marry her, but she's supposed to be wild, so...
I
don't think she's the hottest anymore.
Well, not anymore, but I'm assuming I get some version of younger, right? Like,
Isn't her sexual energy like legendary, Madonna's?
Well,
I think she's been with a lot of people.
She's 65.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, you got to give me like mid-50s.
Why? I'm not doing that with anybody else.
Well, Cher's going to be
You were
dead.
just doing that with Cher.
No, wasn't she? 77. And Suk was like, still party with her.
Unfortunately, then, I'm going to have to marry Madonna. I'm going to have to sleep with Cher, and I'm still booting Celine. She does nothing.
I tell you
does nothing
what.
for me.
You know what I'm doing? I'm going different from you on that.
Yeah.
Madonna is dead. You say you can't stand Cher. I can't stand Madonna. She's a bitch. And I don't like her. I mean, she was great back in the day, but she hasn't done anything since 1985. Get out of here. And her face. You want to talk about?
None of them have.
You want to talk about weird face?
They all have weird face.
Hers is the weirdest. I'm marrying Cher.
I understand.
And Celine and I are gonna boink.
By the way,
I feel good about it.
Just a taste of who Cher's been with. Besides, Warren Beatty, Sonny Bono, Greg Allman, Tom Cruise, David Geffen.
Tom Cruise,
Gene Simmons. I mean, Val Kilmer. It's Jack.
Wow.
What a gamut.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Good
for her.
It's unbelievable.
Just throwing it around.
Who's Dolly been? Is Dolly married?
Dolly's married. I think her husband recently died. Dolly was married to the same dude, Porter.
It says here Carl Dean.
Carl Dean. Yeah.
You were close.
Well, I don't know why I was thinking Porter, but yeah, she's
wow. So they've been together all these years?
And I think he recently passed. Am I wrong with that? Or is he still kicking around?
It looks like he might be alive.
And I can't say that I know this for certain, but I think that they are allowed to party.
You know that Dolly Parton is only 1 year older than Cher?
Well,
and look at the two next to each other.
Well, and look, they both are very plastic, but Dolly is bringing, she's bringing more heat.
See, I don't think so. I think Cher is hotter than Dolly.
Really?
Right now.
Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way,
I think Dolly and her husband are allowed to party with whoever.
That guy Carl Thomas Dean, Dolly's husband.
Yeah.
There isn't anybody that could pick him out of a line. Like, how has he stayed so? Because they were apparently they started dating in 1964.
Well, I think the point is that she can sleep whoever she wants, and he just hangs in the background, collects a bunch of money, and then
he's like Stedman.
Yeah, and stoops whoever he wants. And you're telling me that that's not the best deal? Dolly Parton is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You get to sleep with Dolly Parton. You don't have to do anything. You just hang out at Dollywood, and you get to have your side pieces.
Yeah, it says
That
right
dude's
here.
living the, yeah, right? So it's an open relationship.
Open marriage.
Yeah, see, dude, that dude's living the dream.
They have no kids. They met at a laundromat in 1964. He is living the dream. I'm just saying.
And
it's
he
just,
got peak Dolly.
It's just weird that he got to motorboat those things.
Oh, yeah.
It's just weird to me that I didn't even know she was married. Like, he is. Find me somebody who is with a higher profile person who is more low profile.
Doesn't exist. I mean, it's.
Nobody knows his name. Nobody could pick him out of a lineup.
No,
Nobody even knew he was. She was married.
I thought his name was Porter, for God's sakes. I knew she was married to an old dude and that they partied with other people. And by the way, good for him for realizing, dude, when you land Dolly and she's like, hey, I want to see other people, the correct response to that is cool.
He looks like a handsome lad back in the day, but
yeah. You gotta put your ego aside and realize that ship is moving on if you try to hold it too tight. And you're telling me that, like you said, like back in the day, that guy didn't have a good. Now he's 81. He's probably not having, much of a good time. But, I think well, he got pills
yeah,
now.
he looks super old now. He did not keep up with her.
Well, no.
Ugh.
But that surgery is
They
tough.
said, listen, dude, there's an image of him recently.
Mm-hmm.
Dolly Parton's husband seen out for first time in 40 years. What?
Wait, was he
on
a
earth?
shut-in?
I don't know. I need to know more now.
Well, again, he probably just hangs out at. Why would you want to be in the public eye?
Well, even people who don't want to be in the public eye, you're married to Dolly Parton and you have been you've been with her since 1964. Unfortunately, part of your life is in the public eye.
no.
You're going with her to events.
Apparently not.
You're going, I mean, it's like you're maybe doing an interview here and there. I don't know.
Yeah.
That guy, nothing.
Says it here. He is notoriously camera shy, and
Dude.
he wants nothing to do with it.
I tell you what, I respect it.
And it says he's a business mogul that owns an asphalt lane company in Nashville.
In Nashville, is Dolly? She's always lived in Nashville,
Yeah,
right?
that's where Dollywood is.
Yeah. Is that her house?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Dollywood?
I don't know if Dollywood. I don't think she lives there. I think it's like a compound, and then she lives on there. But I think Dollywood's like an amusement park type of thing.
Well, I tell you that Dolly Parton.
Oh, she's fantastic.
She's going to go down as one of the greatest women of all time.
Yes.
And yet, I bet you a lot of the kids don't have a clue about her badassness.
No, she's
awesome. The Tim Duncan of music.
It's a great, but
That's
much,
what she is.
but much hotter. Young Dolly Parton was putting asses in seats.
Smart,
super talented, witty, funny, all of those things.
Business savvy. She had it all.
Giant personality.
What? Did you say personalities?
Maybe.
Yeah, she was known for her boobies, but she's so much more than just a pair of basketballs on her chest.
When I was a kid growing up, that's what I knew Dolly Parton for.
Yeah, I know.
Big,
It's
just
unfortunate
big bazongas.
that's all, because we're all pigs.
95, baby. Oh, she
definitely played it up for sure. She was like Morgana, only talented.
Yes. Whatever happened? You think Morgana aged well? 'Cause I'm guessing not.
I'd like to find out.
I'm on my way.
All right, we got to go. We got to wrap it up next. We got to turn it over to the Hot Corner. Coming up next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now Window Nation.